wondering actually if I can go over to the WWE NXT account on X. Maybe they'll have some stuff there, because on WWE.com they haven't actually set anything up, which is, it does happen from time to time with NXT. They like to stay on like the Raw stuff. So if we jump over, let's change that to the NXT background color. Let's get to here. This will do. We can use this for now. So, right, we got Obafemi. He's going to be on the Grayson Waller effect. So we do actually have Grayson Waller, Austin Theory on NXT this week. As well as that, we do have a Women's North American Championship match. So we have got Shotzi taking on Fallon Henley, so that should be pretty fun. I don't remember seeing Shotzi. Was she around last week? Can't remember if we saw Shotzi last week, but we've got that match, title match. We have got, what is this? I haven't actually watched this. Let's have a look. For me, Center Stage Atlanta was where it all began. Let's have a look at this.
This is the time of year where all the pressure builds. We are now on the road to WrestleMania. It starts Saturday at the Royal Rumble. All guns blazing, heading there. But tonight, NXT is at Center Stage Theater. Very important building, the history of our business. Obviously, WCW stomping grounds. I gotta start there. So when you talk about the future of this business, it holds a very important place in the history and in the future of what we do. And tonight, NXT at Center Stage Theater, you're going to see the future in action. This is the
That's
time
actually
of year
really cool, isn't it? Calling back to WCW. Sometimes with these kind of little clips that don't really mean anything, they're not really worth watching. But him talking about WCW and how important that was for his career is actually quite cool. That was quite a fun little clip. That was worth watching. So we've got, we're in Atlanta. Then, of course, we've got Cora, Roxanne against Bayley and Giulia. That's probably the big match everyone's excited for. It's the match I'm most excited for. Trick against Wes will be really fun, but we know that Trick has got his sights set on Oba. So I'm thinking Trick wins. I'm thinking that Trick will get the victory so he can move on to Oba, where I'm guessing he'll lose clean to Oba and then go to the main roster. Doesn't feel like we're quite ready for Trick yet. I think Trick's ready, but it doesn't feel like we're quite ready for him yet. Will we see him in the Rumble, though? That's a big question. Will we get him in the Rumble? Oh, hello, what's this? Shawn Michaels, huge thank you to WPCH TV for letting me swing by this morning. So it looks like he was on, like, morning TV in Atlanta. So, the Shawn Michaels, so getting out there bright and early. Hotlanta was the place to be last night for Raw, and tonight for NXT, it's back center stage. So there is a preview. This is what we've got coming up. We've got Naomi and Bianca against Lash and Jakara. Bayley and Giulia against Cora and Roxanne. We got Obafemi on Grayson Waller effects. We got Trick and Wes going up against each other. We've got Fallon and Shotzi going up against each other as well. So, yeah, there we go. Looks like it should be a decent episode of NXT tonight. Pretty stacked. Obviously, the big news of the day being Jade McDonough. That dropped through before I actually went to bed, so I was able to get, like, a video out. That was definitely worthy of its own video, of course. Broken ribs, punctured lung, wishing him nothing but a speedy recovery. And I think we're kind of up to speed with everything now. Let's jump over. I see a super chat has come in. We'll do that. Then we'll get to the chats. So Kian, hello, said, I'm so hyped for WWE 2K25. I can finally play as Lola. The boyhood dream has come true. Kian can finally play as his queen, Lola Vice. So, Kian, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. And Airwolf said thank you to whoever gifted me the membership. So, we do have, just talking to the membership, we do have a championship stream tomorrow. So the belt will be up for grabs. So we'll be doing that tomorrow. I think we'll do it just before the Wrestling Escape Pods. So it'll probably be kind of, I don't know what time yet. It's going to be around this sort of time. It's going to be like midnight-ish UK, 7 p.m. Eastern sort of time. We'll do that. And then we'll do the normal member stream on a Thursday. I've still got to get the Daze Reacts done for this week, so that'll go up at some point. So there's still plenty of stuff coming up for the members. One of the things I'm quite interested in doing is getting the members' predictions as well, seeing what the members think about the Rumble. Actually, I should do that for the wider channel as well. Community predictions and members' predictions, because I think it'll be very interesting to see what the community is thinking in regards to the Rumble. I've written that down. Lovely. So, Airwolf, shout out to you. Right, let's jump over. Daze, have you seen the NXT channel on YouTube? I have. My first wonder was, is it official? Because I've not seen any communication on it. So it could be official. I'm guessing it is official. They've just dropped loads of episodes and things on there within the space of 6 hours. So there's like loads of episodes and there's loads of bits and bobs that have gone up. So I don't know. I'm a little bit in the dark as to if it's official or not. My guess is that it is. My guess is that it is official, and that it is going to be a new NXT channel vault thing, but they just haven't kind of communicated that yet. I do find it quite interesting, though, because you would think, you know, all the stuff that the Vault is putting up, all that kind of Coliseum home video stuff, like some of the old PLEs, now we've got all the old NXT stuff going up. Does no one else think that's got value? Does no one else think that that's worth selling to someone? Like, why? Isn't that part of the Peacock deal? Isn't part of the Peacock deal that you get the current PLEs, but you get all the back catalogue stuff as well? If they're going to start putting all this back catalogue stuff up on YouTube, aren't they sort of saying that the back catalogue doesn't really have much value? All that, you're telling me the history of WWE, all of that tape library, all of those shows don't really mean anything. I mean, look, they'll get money from YouTube, but ad revenue's not that amazing. So it would be much better to like sell it to a Disney Plus or sell it to a, do you know what I mean? I think you'd get more. Perhaps they've run the numbers and worked out, no, we would actually get more if we put it on YouTube and get from ad revenue. Like with ads like running, we'd actually make more that way. I don't think so. Suppose it depends who's going to, like, you know, pay for it. Perhaps there's just no demand or very little demand for the older stuff. Everyone's just living in the here and the now, which you could understand if you think about the amount of content that is out there. You know, how many people are going back and really digging into the history of WWE, you know? When you think of all the live Twitch streamers, all the live YouTube streams, all the videos that are being uploaded, like, who's really going back and digging into all of that older stuff? It's interesting. That's interesting. I feel like there's a conversation there. But I did see it. And my first thought was, is this real? But I'm thinking it is. It does have value, said Beast Modes. It must have some value. I mean, to me, it's priceless. To me, I flipping love it all. So there's no complaints, but, you know, it's just weird, isn't it, that they're uploading all the old stuff on YouTube and you just watch it. I mean, you can go and watch what were videotapes. Like back in the day, we had to buy those Coliseum home videos that are going on to WWE Vaults and some of the documentary pieces as well. There's one that's gone up, I think, about Mr. Perfect. There's one that's gone up about Paul Heyman, right? Those documentary pieces, those were DVD sets. Those were DVD, like, you paid £20 for those. Same with the videotapes, you know, like Super Tape. That went up not long ago. That you would have paid, like, I don't know, £15 back in the day. Oh, granted, you know, 30, 40 years ago, but That's what you paid for them at the time. And now they're just chucking them up on YouTube. You can just watch them whenever you want. This is mental. If I was to tell the younger me that this is where we would be in 2025, the younger me just wouldn't believe it. That you can just go and watch them all for free on a website. What's a website? That would be the younger me. Sorry, what's a website? Oh, it's on the internet. Oh, what's the internet? Oh, it's on a computer. Okay, I've heard of computer. That's the thing with all the green text, just lines of green text. That thing. How do you watch a video on that? Do you know what? It doesn't matter. You'll find out in the future. Yeah. Just you keep going to your car boots, mate. Yeah. You keep watching your VHS tapes. Airwolf said, are Wyatt 6 victim of expectation? Lots of expectation from fans. Too much expectation can result badly with creative. I don't think so. I do agree there is a balance, but I think that on this occasion, I think the finger has to be pointed either at creative or at circumstance. I actually don't think on this occasion that it is pointed at the fans, because if you hype up a group like the Wyatt Six and it's going to carry on Bray's legacy, I think there's a few things that you can sort of take as allowable. I think there's a few things you can certainly say, okay, that's a reasonable expectation, right? So I think a reasonable expectation is that the group are going to look good in the early stages, right? I don't think you'd expect the group to come in and lose their first feuds. I don't think you'd expect them to lose their second feuds, right? I think that's a reasonable expectation. And so they've come in, they've had their first feud, they got the better of it, but it didn't achieve much, did it? Like Chad Gable, American Made, they're just as awful as they were before, and that's okay, but I wish that we had seen a little bit more of them being panicked. I wish we'd seen them a little bit more being frightened. I remember one backstage scene where I think Kathy Kelly said, Wyatt Six, like, joked, they're behind you, and I remember them all sort of jumping and being a bit all panicked. I wish we'd kind of done a little more there to get across how intimidating the group were, right, in that first feud. So for me, they won the first feuds, but I think we could have just done a little bit more there. But that's okay. That was okay. It gets a pass, right? But I don't think anyone would look at that final Testament feuds and say that was acceptable. The fact that they were made to look so weak, you know, Uncle Howdy getting powder in the face, and now we just haven't seen him since. And then we get told there's going to be a final showdown match, and then we don't get it. And then we find out they get moved to a different brand, and now the feud is over. I mean, there is nothing about that booking that is good enough, that is acceptable. That is all on them. That is not on the fans, right? That feud didn't even get seen all the way through, did it? That feud, like, we were told we were going to get a final showdown match. We were building towards it, and then we didn't get it. Could we revisit it? Sure. But, you know, it feels like, you know, Carrion's moved on to Sammy. We just haven't been seeing the Wyatt Six for week after week after week. I mean, the inactivity, I think there's only so much inactivity fans are going to accept. I think to benchmark it against how often we saw Bray would be fine. And we saw Bray on a fairly consistent basis. So, you know, I think people would be okay if it wasn't every single week. That's fine. And I think people are willing to give a little there. But we are going, like, I don't even know the last time we saw them. As of right now, we haven't seen them in 2025 because they weren't at that premiere episodes, and I genuinely don't know when we last saw them. Like, we're not just going weeks, we're now starting to stray into months where we're not seeing them, and that's not right. That's not right. So, like, maybe if they'd have done, like, a big feud and it had been a big war and it had resulted in, like, a big cage match and they were all busted, you know, like CM Punk and Drew, big feud, big war, took everything out of them, and they gave us a message of, you know, we need time, we need to heal, like, we'll be back. And then they went away for a few months. I think people would understand. I think people would honestly understand. But there was nothing even. The first feud was damp, wet, just about gets a passing grade. The second feud was a mess, never got concluded. And also mixed in there, you've got large periods of inactivity, which we're honestly at the point now where we're having to, without really much knowledge, make excuses of, I bet there's an injury. I bet there's something happening behind the scenes. I bet someone's ill. I bet someone's injured. We're having to make these excuses because it's the only thing that fits. It's the only thing that explains the situation. And so I can't put this on the fans. I can't put this on the fans. There's too much there that I think is reasonable to have as an expectation of just wanting to see them and wanting them to do well in feuds and wanting the feuds to conclude, you know? So I don't mind having a conversation about where fans' expectations can get out of control, because I do think that does happen. But I think in regards to the booking of the Wyatt Six, I think there's enough there that I can point at to go, no, I think that's a reasonable expectation that was not met. And honestly, it really could be that there's an injury. It really could be there's an illness or someone hurt themselves whilst training, or Uncle Howdy hurt himself during that match. We know of the Alexa contract issues. It genuinely feels like the booking has become so derailed that it has to be an external factor, like illness, injury, contract disputes, travel issue. That's how bad the booking has been. So it's a really interesting conversation, because I do agree there's times where fans' expectations kind of run away with them, but in this regards, I'm going to stand by the fans, and I'm going to stand by the fact that I think that there's some very basic expectations that have not been met. If they had been met and people were still complaining, then I think I'd be ready to have that conversation. So, Airwolf, again, very good. Very good conversation, good point. Be Aware said, would you ever consider making threads on Blue Sky? I want to follow you, but I'm not on X, said Be Aware. Be Aware, shout out to you, but would I ever consider it? I would consider it, but to be perfectly truthful with you, it takes all of my time to keep on top of X. The amount of notifications I get, I mean, for example, I've got the window open here, right? I've got it, and I'm still trying to chip away. So as of right now, I'm still only about 8 hours ago. I always leave a like as to where I've kind of got up to, so that I know what I've seen, right? And so I leave, that's my system, is that I like it, so that you know I've seen it, and I know I've seen it. And then I just need to get to where the likes end, really. So I've got to here. But then, so I haven't done any of this. I've not had a chance to look at any of this yet, right? So if we just scroll through, I'm just going to keep scrolling because I think it'll give you an idea as to how much stuff I have to go through, right? There's a few likes in there, these ones that I looked at earlier. But I'm just scrolling through from 8 hours ago. I'm going to warn you, this is going to take some time. Right? I'm just going to warn you that this is what I go through. So that's why when I say like Unseen takes hours and hours and hours to do, it's because it takes hours and hours and hours to do. Not only do I go through these, but I also go through I'm still just scrolling up, by the way. Not only do I go through these, but I also go through my main list, my main feeds, which has got like maybe some stuff that people haven't seen and haven't tagged me in. I haven't got to any of this. Where are we? Well, we're up to 2 hours ago, so that's all right. We've done 6 hours worth there. So you can see I've not managed to get to all of that. Are we actually going to get to the end? We'll get there. Yeah, there we go. So I just need to go through all of that. And then we'll get Unseen done later, right? So it is like I go through that. I've got a list of stuff as well that is, as I said, just like stuff that the big accounts like the Sportskeeda, the What Cultures, the WrestleNomics, all those kind of channels. Those are the ones that I go through those in case there's anything that's been missed. And that honestly that takes my time. So the idea of then going and starting all over again and going through Blue Sky, I just don't even know that would be possible, to be honest. I don't even know there'd be enough hours in the day. So, you know, when you watch Unseen and it feels like there's a lot of stuff in there, and there's a, like, you know, we're talking quite quick and we're going on. I mean, I don't know if you've ever looked at the timestamps on an Unseen. But, like, if you, like, have a look at yesterday's, just go down and scroll down all the talking points that we talk about in an Unseen. Each thing we talk about, I give a separate timestamp to, and it just shows how much stuff is in those videos. I know there are periods of time where I'll waffle for a few minutes on something, but it'll only be for a few minutes because they are so stacked. There is so much stuff in there. I have no problem if people say they don't like Unseen or they think it's too long or they think I waffle too much or whatever. But one thing I would be willing to die on a hill over is if people was to tell me there's not much info in there, because there is. There definitely is. There's a whole day's worth of stuff in there that people have tagged me in. So that would be my barrier with Blue Sky Buds. That would be my issue, would be like trying to go down all that again. Hannah said Daze predictions for Paul versus Paul. I think, can anyone, right? Hannah, you tell me. It's very, very simple question, right? Very simple question. I know you're going to be able to give me the answer on this, right? You actually might be able to give me the answer on this because I don't know. Where has Paul versus Paul in a boxing match been announced? That's my question. Where has it been announced? Because I have seen a poster that has got the two facing each other. Nowhere does it say they're fighting. Nowhere is there a glimpse of boxing gloves. It literally is two of them facing each other and then the Max logo at the bottom. And then the quote at the top says, what you've been waiting for, right? What you've waited 10 years for. So we know that these are two troll merchants. We know that you can't trust these as far as you can flip and throw them, yeah? Where does it say they're boxing? Why is it not a hot dog eating contest? Why is it not a swimsuit contest? Why is it not, I'm going to pick some of my friends, you pick some of your friends, and we'll do a tug of war? Like, how and where has it been communicated that they're boxing? Because I've only seen that poster and it doesn't say anywhere that they're boxing. So I'm seeing a lot of articles saying they're boxing, but when I click on them and read them, they talk about those posts. But I can see those posts. And it doesn't say anywhere in those posts that they're boxing. So where, unless someone can tell me there's a press conference that I've missed or a press release that I've missed, unless someone can tell me, oh, no, there was an article that came out that said, because you've just seen the stuff I've not been able to look at, right? You've just seen all the stuff that I'm still working through. So this is what I'm saying. You might be able to answer this. You might be able to go, oh, no, they did come out with this statement. They are boxing each other. It's going to be blah, blah, blah. Cool. I'll believe you. But just going off that poster, I ain't seen no boxing gloves. I ain't seen nothing that says they're boxing. So where can someone point me to it? Tell me where this press release is that says this. Where's the announcement going to be, or what's? You tell me what's going down. What's happening? I don't know. It's more of a what if, says Hannah. Does anyone know? Has anyone seen a press release? Has anyone seen anything that says anything? Nathan said, Daze, this is why I believe making Wyatt 6 beatable and humanizing was a mistake. I want spooky characters to be spooky, not human. Well, I disagree. I mean, it takes us back to the fundamentals of what is wrestling. You know, you can be spooky and intimidating like a serial killer or a cult leader. It doesn't mean that you have to have supernatural powers, right? I think that they are intimidating. I think they are spooky. You know, if you was to bump into them in an alleyway, that would be intimidating, right? That would be spooky. If you was to see them in the shadows, like, you would be concerned, right? So for me, they are ticking those boxes. But I personally don't think any of the issues we're having right now is because they lack supernatural powers, right? I think you just need to make them badasses. You need to make them cool. They just need to be seen. They need to be intimidating. We need to see people scared. You know, whenever people found out they were facing The Undertaker, or The Undertaker would, like, sit up during a match and snap his head round, the other person would have a heart attack. Like, their selling of him made him the Phenom, right? He could do that sit up like thing. He could, like, be weak and reach out for the urn, try and draw some power from the urn, and, like, people would just watch in wonder, not knowing what they were witnessing. And for me, as I've said, when I was young, I never believed The Undertaker had supernatural powers. I was always a big believer that he was I mean, I've said it so many times, I believed he was a master of mind games. I believed that he was getting into their heads. I believed that he was weak. He needed a breather. And actually, rather than saying to them, give me a second, hang on, let me just get a breather. Oh, geez, hang on. No, you've took the wind out of me. Give me 1 sec, right? Rather than doing that, instead, he puts his hand out towards the urn, which allows him to get his breath, allows him to recover. But because he's doing something people have not seen before, because he's doing something which is unusual, other wrestlers don't do this. They don't know how to react to it. Like, they're looking at him, like, getting seemingly power from the urn, and they're like, I don't know what to do. I don't know how to deal with this. But all the while, he's recovering, because it's the exact same thing as him going, give me a sec. Jeez, honestly, that has took it out of me, that has. It's the exact same thing, but instead of doing that, he did that. And it allowed him to get a rest. To me, I grew up thinking that was so clever. I grew up thinking that was so out of the box, you know? And I think as well, there could be, like, I don't know that we ever quite knew what was in the urn, but I always thought that there was something there where if he looked over to it, or he saw it, or he thought about it, much like if you have, like, say if your dad passes away and you have his watch, like, that would give you strength. You know, if you was down and you were fighting and you was to see, like, you know, your dad's watch, or you was to, you know, have something that reminded you of your family, and you would get that extra strength, wouldn't you? You would unlock an extra reserve. There's a level that we can go to as humans that allow us to, you know, level up and dig deeper, you know, dig in deep. Well, I always took the urn as that way. I always took it as mind games and being able to dig that little bit deeper. So for me, I mean, without getting into because we've done it before, big conversation about all the different Undertaker moments, right? I always took it as mind games and all that sort of stuff. And I think that for me, a lot of what we saw with cult leader Bray was that way as well. You know, Fiend definitely crosses the line with Supernatural. I'm not saying there hasn't been Supernatural stuff in WWE, right? The Fiend definitely crossed that line. Got set on fire. I saw him melting when he was set on fire, and then, you know, he comes back, right? So definitely there's moments where the Fiend crosses that line. I agree with Triple H. I don't think the Wyatt Six need to do that. I don't think they need to do that, because how would you ever beat them? They would become unbeatable. If they had these superpowers, how would you ever stop them? They would just go on to win every feuds. And then all of a sudden, where's the drama? Where's the intrigue? Where's the danger? And to be honest, if they don't win every feuds, well, then they must be incompetent. Because if they've got super abilities that others don't have, and you still can't win, you must be a flipping idiot, right? You must be an idiot. So I don't see how giving them superpowers helps. They're either going to be too strong and win, or they're going to be too stupid and outfoxed and they're going to lose. And both of them aren't that heroic in my mind. So I have to disagree. I don't think that them lacking the supernatural powers is an issue. I think it comes down to the booking. If you made them, I mean, I think everyone loves their entrance. Everyone loves their look. Everyone loves the fireflies. Everyone loves the theme song. I feel like all of that stuff is a winner. And then if you make them badasses that are just out for blood, and they don't just want to beat you, they want to hurt you. You can do that within the realms of being a human, right? Imagine if when they finally had a match with American Made were getting busted up and there was bloods, and Rowan is laughing his head off, and Gacy, and they're just do you know what I mean? And American Made lose the match, and they get out there, and they don't want any more of the Wyatt Six. They don't want anything else to do with them. They don't ever want to see them or cross paths with them. They will do whatever it takes. They're going to stay away from Otis. They're going to stay away from Tozawa. They're going to stay away from Ivy Nile. They're going to stay away from all of these people. They don't want anything to do with the Wyatt Six. That would have been... But the Wyatt Six aren't quite done with them. And they stalk after them. And then we watch as they're intimidated. Chad Gable is desperate. No, I don't want anything to do with this group. And every little bump and whatever, they're jumping around. They're just wrecks. American Made are just wrecks. That should have been the first feuds. And then the second feuds, you get someone that's a little mentally stronger, someone that can actually not get as intimidated in Carrion. I would still have had AOP do the exact same thing as American Made. I would have had AOP. I'm done. I'm out. I ain't doing this, right? They're big guys. They're monsters. But even them, they're are you sure about this? Because we're ready to go, man. I don't know that this is right. Carrion is stronger. And Carrion's trust me, this is what we need to do, right? But I'd have The Miz freaking out. I'd have AOP freaking out. I'd even have Scarlett a bit unsure. I would only have Paul Ellering and Carrion be the two that are absolutely no, this is what we need to do. And I would have, had a very similar feud to the American Made one, but I would have had it so that actually Carrion and Paul Ellering stay strong. Ultimately, the group lose. They lose because basically AOP lost their heads. AOP, they just weren't mentally strong enough to support Carrion. But if Carrion could find some people as mentally tough as him, he would stand a chance against the Wyatt Six, because they're going to bring hell and brimfire, and the only way you can beat them is by bringing hell and brimfire as well. Fighting fire with fire, steel against steel, rather than any weakness will be exploited. For me, that's the booking. That's how you book the Wyatt Six. You make them badasses. You make them intimidating. You have bloods. I don't need to see them all the time. I'm quite happy to do a story and a big feud and make it hellacious and then go away for a few months. Just let us know you're going away for a few months, right? Let's say that, that took it out of you, but it was worth it and the message has been sent and we will be back soon. And that's it. They go. And then weeks pass by. We don't see them. We'll start talking about when do you think they're going to come back? Who do you think's going to be next? God, it was badass, wasn't it? And at least we would have loved the feud. But that first feud was too weak. That second feud never concluded. And it just fell flat. It just all fell flat. And honestly, it could have been a hell of a lot stronger. A hell of a lot stronger. But I'm not telling you stuff that you don't already know. I'm just telling you stuff that everyone already knows. I'm just vocalizing what everyone already knows. And that's kind of where we want it to be. We want it to get to that level. We want it to be that badass. Whether they'll do it when they come back, I don't know. I don't know. It's a big commitment. It's a big commitment. And maybe it's just going to be a case that they come in and they just have a few matches and win a few times and, that's it. I don't know. What I do know is minimum expectations have barely been met, I would say. Take away the masks and Nightbirds. Take away the look, the presentation, and Nightbird, right? Take away pretty much everything after the interviews. I would say it probably gets a fail. Yeah. Nightbird gets A+. I don't know that it could have been bettered. I think their looks get about an A. I'd have to have a little, we've got a little issue with Howdy. Little issue with Howdy's hair, which, that we might need to tweak. I'm still a bit uncertain about Gacy. I don't know if he didn't need something else. Rowan looks great. Nikki looks great. Howdy with the braids looks great. Dexter, I think it looks great. I don't really have a problem with Dexter. I do worry about Gacy because he's the smaller one in the group. Did he need a weapon? Did he need something extra just to kind of equalize and level him up a little bit? I don't know. The mask's all right. I think there's just a couple of things that, for me, probably stop it being A+, but I'm probably A. A+ for Nightbirds. A for the masks. Presentation with the chair, the lantern, the fireflies. That's all A. The music. Can't be down on that because it's just an extension of Bray's stuff. Interviews, probably give that about an A-, something like that. I think it's still top-tier stuff. Interviews, those videotapes, they were really good. There was just a couple, like Rowan's was amazing, Howdy's was amazing, Nikki's, even though she only screamed, was amazing. There's just a couple in there that I probably, would have liked to have dug deeper, like Dexter Loomis. I'd like to have dug deeper. Like, what the whole family thing, I don't get it. Where's Indy Hartwell? Why did that end? Why did that break up? I'd like to dig into that more. So, yeah, some of those I would definitely look into a little bit more, but they were brilliant. But really, that takes us up to, about 4 weeks after they've debuted? And it's only those interviews that are airing at that point, Nikki delivering the tape to Michael Cole, for example. I would say up until that point, top-tier stuff. And really, pretty much everything after that, I think we've just slowly plummeted. And, there's been little peaks and whatever, but I'd say after that, overall, it would probably get a failing grade. It did not meet the level of the debut, the arrival, the Nightbird and all of that stuff. First match they had was fine. It was fine. There were some nice touches in there. There wasn't really anything monumental. They came down, they wrestled. There wasn't really, what can you look back on and say that happened in that match? There wasn't really anything. There was no, like, really intricate new move. There was no new Sister Abigail type move. There was just little bits like the yeah, my life for you. There was just things they were doing and saying, looking up at the heavens. There wasn't really much, was there? Or at least I don't think so. So, yeah, we could do hours on the Wyatt Six. Hours and hours and hours on the Wyatt Six. But I think, for me, they are definitely a group that we need to just hit the reset on a little bit and, go again. Hopefully a little bit more in line with the kind of stuff we've been discussing. Seeb said, who are the 3 people that you want to win the Rumble? Who do you want? Who do I want to win the Rumble? The men's Rumble, I want Sami Zayn, because I would love for him to become a world champion. I only need it to happen once, but I think he has given so much and he has done so much. He reminds me a lot of, like, I don't know, a Mr. Perfect, a Jake the Snake, a Rowdy Roddy Piper. Yeah, Piper, that kind of vibe, where he's done so much. I mean, Sami is responsible for really, in my mind, elevating the bloodline. When he came in, he injected some much needed humor. And so I think they were a little bit, not stale, but I think they were a little bit too one-dimensional. When Sami came in, we had a little bit of humor backstage. We had a bit of humor. We had the Usi moment, the honorary Uce moment, right? We had some of the great moments. If you think back to the greatest bloodline moments, I feel pretty confident Sami's going to be involved. Whether it be Sami hitting Roman with the chair, whether it be the trial of Sami, where Solo's about to spike him and Jay stops Solo from spiking Sami, whether it be Usi and Jay is cracking up, whether it be the fact that Sami thinks he's about to get kicked out the bloodline because he gets told by Roman to take that shirt off. And he does, and he's standing there, and the crowd are all booing. And then Roman throws him a new one that says honorary use. And he looks at it, and his face lights up. I mean, just incredible. His work, and like so many backstage moments that were so fun. And this was off having a match against Johnny Knoxville. What was it, 38? WrestleMania 38? That was so different and entertaining. I mean, it's the sort of match that I should absolutely hate. It's a celebrity. There's a lot of like goofing around, and it's the exact sort of match that I should absolutely hate. And there are moments in there I think they do take it a bit too far, right? There are moments in there I think are a bit too silly. I think the ending with that mouse trap thing, doesn't quite go to plan, does it? It doesn't quite have that snap at the end that it needed. But when you're relying on so many props, if some of those props go a little bit awry, go a little bit wrong, you can sort of understand, right? So I think there was, like, he has a match there which is, I'm not going to say a classic, but it's certainly a match that really is a talking point, and people look back on and they're like, that was, a lot of people would say, entertaining. That was so entertaining. I so enjoyed that. So many people enjoyed that match. But what I love about it is that, Sami struggled in that match. He ended up losing. And he was at rock bottom at that point as a character because he'd just lost. And I agree with that. You should be able to beat a celebrity. We say this all the time. Sami didn't. It was a very different match, and there was plenty of outside interference, and there was flipping hands that are smacking him in the face on the outside of the ring, and there's a mouse trap, and do you know what I mean? It was hardly the most technical of contests, but he did still lose. And he was at rock bottom, and that's why he went to the bloodline, to get his pride back. And from a storyline point of view, you go, yeah, doesn't that just make sense? He's hit rock bottom, so he wants to work with the bloodline. He wants to, get in with those guys, and he did, and just provided us some amazing moments. And even before that, he was one of my favorites in NXT. He was the underdog from the underground. He was the guy that you were rooting for, that you wanted to see succeed, but it was never, you didn't know if it was going to happen for him. And it finally did. And he won the NXT title, and then he was immediately attacked by Kevin Owens. And then, you know, we go into a Kevin-Sammy feud, which was awesome. We've done it on the main roster. It was awesome. I'm sure we're going to do it again, and it will be awesome. The chemistry that those two have is about as good as it gets. Like, they are just able to churn out banging matches. You could pretty much go back and watch any Sami Zayn, Kevin Owens match. It's going to bang. I mean, their chemistry is just so good. They push each other. They know each other's moveset. They know little sequences. Like, the chemistry is off the chart between them two. Well, Kevin's been a world champion. So why can't Sammy? Why can't Sammy? So, you know, we got so close in Montreal. That Montreal match where it was him and Roman in Montreal. Every fiber of your body says it ain't happening. It ain't happening. We ain't going to do it. It ain't happening. But when you've got those false finishes and you're watching him come so close, you're like, it might happen. And it doesn't flipping happen. And then you're devastated. So for me, I want to see the boyhood dream come true. I want to see Sami Zayn win a world title. And it doesn't have to be the WWE one. Yeah? You've just flipping given it to Damian Priest. And I don't have a problem with that. But Damian Priest has not entertained me anywhere near as much as Sami Zayn has over the years. Not even close. Not even close. Damian Priest has probably entertained me 5% as much as Sami Zayn has over the years. So if you're going to give it Damian, give it Sami. So I'd love for Sami to win the Rumble, go to challenge Gunther, do a rematch of WrestleMania 40 where Sami won, and Gunther this time can say, you know, I made a mistake. I know what it was. It won't happen again. You can't beat me now. I made a mistake. It won't happen this time, Sami. You weren't on my level then. You're not on my level now. I was the one that made the mistake that allowed you to get the win. And I promise you that will not happen this time. And who doesn't want to see that match? Who doesn't want to see the build for that? Gunther, Sami, make it a really fun story, fun build, good promos. I'm so here for that. I think that'd be... And the timing is great, what with them doing it last year and Sami winning the IC title from Gunther. It means there's a chance he can do it. But equally... there's a chance that because he won last year, they'll have Gunther win this year. Like, they could... It's a 50-50 match. It could go either way. Triple H could go either way on it. He could have Gunther get another big win on WrestleMania stage. Or it could be that this is the moment Sami does get a world title next to his name. So, Sami would be probably my number one. Who else would I want to see get it? I don't think I can make as strong an argument for anyone else. I'm not against CM Punk. Obviously, I'd like to see him be world champion before he calls it quits. I'd like him to main event WrestleMania. I wouldn't be against CM Punk winning it. That would be absolutely fine. Finn Balor. The only problem with Balor, I really like Balor. The only problem is he is a heel. Gunther is a heel. I don't see Balor Cody. So really, it's whoever's got that world title. So I can't see it. Unless Gunther loses the belt, I can't see Finn versus Gunther, heel versus heel, unless we have Finn turn face. But, oh my God, imagine that. Imagine we have Finn Balor go face, and we do face Finn versus heel Gunther at WrestleMania. Put me down for that. Put me down for that. Put me down for that. I've decided. Yeah, put me down for that. I'll go in that direction. I'll have one of those, please. Face Finn versus heel Gunther. I'll have one of those. Face Sami versus heel Gunther. I'll have one of those. And CM Punk, I really don't mind. John Cena, I want him to get 17. He's got loads of chances to do that, though. It doesn't have to be at WrestleMania. So I don't feel like if he wins, fine. I have no problem with it. But I would be pleased for him. So, but he's going to get it, isn't he? He's going to get 17. I don't think he needs the Rumble. I don't think he needs the Chamber. I think he'll get a title match just later in the year. It's John Cena. Everyone wants to face John Cena. He doesn't need Money in the Bank. He doesn't need the Rumble. He doesn't need Elimination Chamber. Who's going to turn down facing John Cena before he retires? I would imagine Cody would want the match. I would imagine Gunther would want the match. So John ain't got to do anything apart from turn up and try and win. So that's why if Cena wins the Rumble, fine, no complaints. But he doesn't really need it. It only means he'll get the opportunity at WrestleMania, you know? Because if he ends up not fighting for a belt at WrestleMania, he'll just fight for a belt after. So that's my only sort of like, not bothered about if Cena wins it or not, but I'll be fine if he does. So CM Punk, I'd like him to get it. Shinsuke would have been on the list. I really like Shinsuke. I love the promos he cuts and the presentation, but he's obviously United States champion. And he's not going to face Gunther, and he's not ready for Cody. Well, he's ready, but we haven't built him enough, so that's not the direction. Elia, I would like, but we're nowhere near ready for Elia yet. But Elia I would have liked, had he have been built up. I think Elia would be a good shout. Andrade would be fun. I like Andrade. Andrade, I think, would be a fun pick, but again, has he been built up? I don't think so. I don't think he's quite at that level. You really are looking at Seth, who I'm just not bothered by because he's had so many opportunities. I'm just not bothered. Roman, he's just had a really long run. I'm not really bothered to go back to that. John Cena will get chances anyway. CM Punk, I don't mind. He can be my third choice. I'd like him to get a world title. So I'd go with those. Punk, Sammy, face Finn Balor. But to be honest, I mean, there's other names like Elia and Andrade that would excite me probably more than Punk if they were built right, you know. But they're not quite at that level. Right, let's go down. Jamie said, Daze, would you like to see heel Orton versus Cody? Think of the story. Maybe it's more of a build for SummerSlam with everything going on. I would. We've spoken about the fact that I think it'd be really fun if we actually got Cody, Cena, and heel Randy in a triple threat, because you could have Cody get injured, then that would just leave Orton and Cena, and I think that'd be a really fun way to end WrestleMania. I think it'd be a bit unexpected to actually have one of them become the new champion, because obviously Cody's champ at the moment. If he got injured during the match, he would be stretchered out, and he could say to Cena, go and get number 17. Because obviously if Cena wins that, he becomes the 17-time world champion. No one's ever achieved that before. So he would then break that record, and, you know, he'd be the record holder. And everyone wants to see that in 2025. That is probably there's two stories this year. The one story is that John Cena's going to have his last match. That's going to be later, December. But the other one is before that happens, or maybe during that match, will he win the 17th world title? Those are the two, aren't they? Those are the two big things for 2025. How we go about doing them, who he's going to face for them, if he gets number 17, all of that's up for debate. Obviously, we know the final match will be the end of the year. It's probably going to be December time. But yeah, we've got to do Randy Cena one last time. Everyone would love to see Randy Orton, John Cena one last time. And I really like the idea of it being that triple threat. Cody gets injured. You do Orton versus Cena, like just one-on-one then at that point. And the winner will be the new champion. That's how you end WrestleMania with Cena Orton. Is Cena about to get number 17? And, you know, maybe not. Maybe Orton wins, and then Cena has to try and get number 17 further down the road, SummerSlam, something along those lines. So definitely here for that. Definitely here for heel Orton. Definitely here for that, yes. Swerve Show, hello, said, who will beat Cena? Or do we get a new champ crown next year at the Royal Rumble? Yeah, so if we talked about that yesterday, if Cena was to win the title in his last match in December, then having the championship be forfeited, I don't mind. I know some people would be against that. Some people would be like, oh, I don't like the champ just giving up the belt. Like, someone should beat him for it. I do understand. But equally, I don't mind, because then the belt can go be the prize in the Rumble. So making the winner of the 2026 Royal Rumble the new WWE champion, undisputed champion, the belt is up for grabs. I mean, you could do some really exciting stuff with that. You could really put that belt on someone that you haven't quite built. Like, you know, we were just talking about a Sammy or an Andrade or a Shinsuke or someone like that, you know? If the belt was actually in the Rumble, you could put it on someone that you haven't quite got them to that level. And the story would be that they have got the belt, but really they've now got the bigger challenge of trying to keep it. Winning the Rumble and becoming champ is one thing, but you could lose that belt in your first title defense. Yeah, you're champ, well done, boyhood dream come true, but you've now got to defend it against what's going to be a number one contender. If Sammy wins, he might have to defend against flipping heel Randy Orton or Cody Rhodes or whoever, right? And all of a sudden the story is then, can he actually keep hold of it? Is he actually worthy of holding that championship, or was it just a fluke? Imagine that. Imagine if someone like an Andrade or a Penta or a flipping Shinsuke or a Bron Breakker or someone that wasn't quite at that level, not quite, you know, ready to be the guy. Imagine someone like that got it, and then they have to defend against someone that is of that level, a Punk, a Randy Orton, a Cody Rhodes, a Gunther, right? Someone that is of that kind of upper echelon, a Seth Rollins, right? A Drew McIntyre. And the story would be, if you don't retain, your victory will always be looked at as nothing more than a fluke. You will be a fluke of a champion. There will always be an asterisk next to your name. You were champ, but you never truly beat a champ for it. You won it in a Rumble, and you was never able to keep a hold. Imagine Sammy Drew. Never beaten him. Certainly if you keep that story going. Because I feel like he will beat him eventually. And when he does, it has to really matter. It has to really matter. And maybe it could be something like that, where Sammy wins the 2026 Rumble, becomes the champion, and then he has to face Drew in a match where he's never beaten him. And it's like, is he going to just be seen forever as a fluke champion? You could do that. Chances are they won't. Chances are that it would just end up going on a Punk, a Roman, something like that, you know? It's, I mean, from a business point of view, that's probably what it should do. It probably should go on one of those names. What about a Jey Uso? What about 2026 Jey Uso wins the Rumble and becomes WWE champion? That would have a bit of a Jeff Hardy feel to it. You know, when Jeff became champion, it was like the fans were like right on his side, really loved him, but he was still... He had shook off the tag team thing, right? He had shook that off, but even so, was he Cena level? Was he a Randy level? I think Jey Uso feels very similar to me as being in that sort of Jeff Hardy level, where the fans love him, is the fan favorite. But is he quite that level? Is he someone that's going to be, you know, a face of the company? He's going to main event loads of cards. He's going to like main event WrestleMania loads of times and all that stuff. Obviously, Jeff didn't. Jeff didn't. Jeff had his demons. Jay doesn't have those demons. Jay's arguably got some other problems, though. His in-ring stuff as a solo competitor just doesn't seem to be as good as his tag work. His tag work with his brother is the greatest. But his solo individual match quality is just okay. Like, his matches as a solo star are not, like, setting the world on fire. Yeah, so... Oh, so much stuff. I feel like we're getting... Oh, we're having some meat tonight. We're really chewing over some big topics, aren't we? Matt has said Logan won't win, but he will be number 30 to get that Ray heat. The Ray heat. Ray heat. I like that. Right. But that Netflix Rumble video with asking who versus who, did you see it? AJ Lee being the first person, then Alexa as another option. Netflix, you are such trolls. Did you see a Netflix Rumble video? I didn't see a Netflix Rumble video, no. I did not see a Netflix Rumble video. But then I've just shown people how that I'm 8 hours out. And I've got a lot of catching up to do today. I think there's been a lot of like WWE 2K news. Obviously Nikki tweeted earlier as well. So there's just a lot of talk, a lot of chatter going on at the moment of several different topics. And whenever that happens, like there's a lot of notifications. I am confused about Summer. I thought if you puncture your lung, you die. I didn't think you could survive something like that. No, I think you can. Well, certainly you can. You can puncture a lung and survive. James said, Daze, JD was extremely lucky. Broken ribs and a punctured lung is bad. But it could have been way worse. Could have broken his neck. The fact he continued is testimony to his professionalism. I agree. I completely agree. When it comes to JD, I said this in the video and I really mean it. It's a hard thing to word because I don't want to say that he's a jobber and an enhancement talent because that's not fair. But I think it's true in the sense of if someone was going to get to Finn or Damian, chances are they had to beat JD first, and chances are they would, right? I don't know what his win-loss percentage is, but I would imagine it's more negative than positive, right? He was a tag champ, of course, with Finn, but we know they hardly ever defended those titles, and that was a big criticism. He is in Judgment Day, but it didn't really do a great deal for him apart from just get him on TV in backstage segments, got him into that tag team with Finn. They were champs. They hardly ever defended the title, though. I sort of feel like we've managed to get him into a position where he can get on TV regular, he can be seen regular, we can talk about him regular, but when it comes to actually how he's booked, he takes more losses than wins. And I think this is the moment that we need to change that. This is the moment where he needs to become the ace. This is the moment where we need to now go, do you know what? That is one of those moments like Cody at Hell in a Cell when he wrestled with a torn pectoral muscle. And everyone was blown away that he was just even carrying on with the match, right? Because there definitely would have been people that would have had that injury, could barely move their arm. I mean, every time he had his arm about that height, you could see, oh, jeez. And no doubt the pain was real, right? So he's basically, able to move his arm around here and use that arm, right? I think it was that arm, actually. But that is a moment that really captured the imagination of wrestling fans. Cody suffering that injury and, working to coming back, winning the Rumble, going to WrestleMania, only to then lose. And then obviously win at 40. But that was very much a big moment on his journey towards the title, right? I think Cody would have got there without it anyway. But it's undeniable that that's an iconic moment for Cody. I feel the same about this. I feel like even though this wasn't on a PLE, even though this wasn't a big showcase match, it's on Netflix. It's not a house show. It's just been seen and the clip has been shared all over social media. The guy carried on after the incident. Like, he was down and he was waving the doctors away. And they kept checking on him. I don't think WWE are at fault because they kept checking on him. They kept like, are you okay? Are you all right? And he was waving them off. He was like, no. He's determination to see that match through, to actually complete that match, to not ruin anything, not disappoint the fans. That, I don't want to say has to be rewarded, but it has to be acknowledged. How has he not just leveled up his numbers after that? If you think of him as a top trump, right? If you think of him as like he would be in the video game, how has he not just leveled up his rating? How has he not just, in everyone's eyes, gone up several levels? You can never, ever question his heart again. Ever. That guy broke ribs, punctured a lung, and then was doing flipping moonsaults and getting knocked around in the head and taking bumps. And I can only imagine was in severe pain. And the match continued for, I don't know, what was it, 5 minutes, maybe longer? The match continued. And he was like collapsing on the edge of the ring. I mean, the heart, the determination. And all right, it was the title match, right? I mean, they were trying to win the tag titles. They didn't succeed, but his numbers have gone up. In my mind, they've gone up, and surely in everyone's minds, they've gone up. If I'm WWE, I am doing him a real disservice now to bring him back and just have him just jobbing. If I'm WWE, he's the ace. You won't outfight this guy. A lot of people will say that they'll fight to the death. I'd fight you with one arm tied behind my back. I'd fight you with, with a broken leg and all this stuff. He's just done it. He's just done it with broken ribs and a punctured lung. His numbers have gone up. His stock has gone up. He is the ace of WWE. And I don't know what we do. I don't know how you present it. I don't know what you change. I mean, it would be a task that if I was in creative, I'd love. If they came to you and went, right, JD's going to be back in like 3 months, 4 months. We are looking to do something different with him. We're going to have him removed from Judgment Day. We're actually going to make it so that Judgment Day blame him, right? If he hadn't have done that, they would have won the match. We're going to have Dominic blame him. We're going to have, because he's not around to defend himself, Dominic can say if it wasn't for JD, being so useless, that, and we'll set up a bit of a feud. We'll have JD come back as a face. He'll go after Dominic. We'll have JD get the win in that feud. But when it comes to presentation, when it comes to his nickname, when it comes to his Titantron, when it comes to his look and his ring gear and everything, we need to work on that now. And that would be really fun to sit there and think, right, what's his nickname going to be? What's his presentation going to be? How's he going to be in his promos? Is he going to be, how's he going to be? How's he going to come across? What's he going to say? I would really look to pull a trigger on him. I really, really would. I would not look to just bring him back and just carry it. It's fine to bring him back and have him in Judgment Day. That's fine if you want to keep doing that. But he can't be the guy that keeps taking L's now. In my mind, he can't. Because he's just done something. He's just proved himself. That has to be used. It's a gift. That, they say turn negatives into positives. Well, use it. He's just shown everyone. He's just shown the world his heart. His fighting spirit. The fighting spirit. Something like that. As a nickname. I don't know, you'd play around with a few things, wouldn't you? But yeah, he's very, very lucky. But hopefully this could be the start of the next chapter of his career. Ratchet the Owl said the crowd applauding JD being okay gave an even better testament to how devastating that collision was. I loved Dom checking on him before he continued. I mean, if that sounds what we've said, a bit OTT, some people might be there going, no, it wasn't that special. I would just say go back and watch the spot, knowing that resulted in broken ribs and a punctured lung. If for some reason, I don't think there is, but if for some reason there's anyone sat there going, wasn't that amazing? Just go back and rewatch it, knowing that he broke his ribs and punctured a lung, and then carried on with the match 5 minutes after. I actually showed it to my brother who doesn't watch wrestling, and he was like, Jesus. He was like, it's getting up. They carried on. And I was like, yeah. Carried on for another 5 minutes or so. It's a very powerful image. It's something that casuals can understand. You don't need to know anything about him. But the fact that, like, it's a bit like when Fury got knocked down against Wilder, was counted down and then got up and was back, you know? You don't need to know anything about boxing. That moment just transcends language. You could be someone that has never spoke a word of English in your life, doesn't know who these, never watched boxing before. You could show that moment where he gets knocked down and then beats the count, gets up and he's ready to go again. And people could understand that he has just dug deep to, you know, carry on. Yeah. He's gone to that reserve. And I think the same is true of JD. Maybe not as iconic a moment, of course. We're not comparing how iconic the moments are. We're just comparing that they're similar in regards to getting knocked down and then picking yourself back up and moving forwards. Yeah, I agree. Very, very fortunate. Could have snapped his neck, could have done so many horrific things. I showed my mom the clip of JD at full speed. She said, holy... And she doesn't swear that much. I'm not having that, James. There's no way that your mom doesn't swear that much. There's no way that your mother has given birth to you and your potty mouth, and it turns out that she doesn't swear that much. I'm not having that, James. At Cadet said that was brutal. All the respect in the world for JD for continuing with that match. I agree. Lisa said Daze, Heyman, Cody, Punk, they were off on promos. Maybe they were worried about JD and their heads weren't in the game. Maybe. Honestly, maybe. I mean, like, the fact he continued, you could see a mark across his shoulders. And, you know, naively, I was under the impression that because... I mean, this is why I'm so... we can use this. This is why I'm so... Oh, it's amazing, right? Because I really honestly believed he was okay. You could tell he wasn't okay, but I didn't believe there was anything like... when it came out that he had broken ribs and a punctured lung, I was stunned. I was stunned. Because to continue... He didn't just lie on the outside and let Dominic do the work. It's not like he just lay there and allowed the match to continue. He was involved. He was being pinned and breaking up pins. And there's one moment where he's doing a flipping moonsault off the top. Like, and I don't understand. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, if you've broke your rib and the rib has actually punctured the lung, if you take a knee to the... How bad is it when it becomes life-threatening? Like, do you understand? Like, he's broke his rib, it's punctured his lung. The match continued. What if Eric knees him in the midsection and the rib goes further in? The fact it continued is ludicrous. The fact that he didn't have it stopped is... It's ridiculous. It should have stopped. Someone should have stopped it, right? Someone should have called an audible. and gone, I don't care what he's saying. And actually, if I'm Triple H, this is what I'm thinking today. I'm thinking I can't trust the wrestlers to tell me when they're injured. If something had happened that had made that worse, and all of a sudden an injury became a life-threatening injury, I don't want that on my hands. I'm not asking you for that. I'm not paying you for that. I'm not expecting that. Yeah, people look lives on the lives. Look at Big E, broke his neck, right? It's wrestling. I get it. But if you've become injured, I don't expect you, and that expectation is not there for you to continue a match like that, right? If I'm Triple H, I am worried about that today. And I am definitely having a meeting with people to say, JD's amazing, right? We're going to look after him. He's going to come back. But I don't want anyone ever doing that to me again. Because I don't want you to put me in that position. That's not fair. So if I'm WWE, I'm not having a go at him, right? I am having a words. Don't you ever do that to me again. You call off the match because that could have become life-threatening. That could have, and I don't want to be going to your funeral. I've already been to too many wrestlers' funerals, right? If I'm Triple H, because he has. So I think there is a piece of work to be done there. But this is why it's so incredible, and this is why I think you do something with it, because I'm floored. I was floored. I really didn't think he'd hurt himself that bad, because he continued with the match. I thought it was going to be probably bruised ribs, to be honest. I thought it was going to be bruised ribs. I thought it was going to be something along those lines. When it turned out to be broken and punctured, and oh my God. Just incredible. Incredible. So, obviously, we wish him just the speediest of recoveries. But if I'm Triple H, there's a definite meeting happening with all brands. I'm having Sean do a meeting with NXT. I'm doing a meeting with SmackDown. I'm doing a meeting with Raw. And I'm making it very clear to all brands, if you find yourself in a situation like that, you tell the ref. I mean, maybe he didn't quite know. I don't know. Perhaps that would be his defense. I didn't know. I knew there was something wrong, but at that point I couldn't tell. I didn't know they were broken. I didn't know I'd punctured a lung. But if I'm Triple H, I'm reiterating. Yeah, if you're in a situation like that, you tell me, and we'll just throw up the X. It's fine. We can end a match that way. We'll have Viking Raiders retain, and we can always go back to it in the future. Plans can always be changed, but don't you ever put me in that position. So, yeah, that'll be very interesting to see what the fallout of it will be. But wish him a speedy recovery, and I hope that WWE do something with it, because in the eyes of the fans, rightfully, that is an incredible moment in his career. Adam said, Daze, during the Rumble stream, you said the Rumble stream, 2009, that one, that it was, hang on, during the Rumble stream, you said Randy had that it factor that someone that Braun might be missing. What do we think the it factor is, and do we think it's possible to learn it? Yeah, really good question, that, Adam. I did say that, and I do stand by it as well. I think the it factor is a lot of different components. It's kind of that aura, and it's that feeling that you feel when you see someone, and it can be taught, and it can arrive like overnight, right? There's lots of factors. Obviously, the way you're presented is a big factor, right? For example, you can go back and look at Jey Uso when he was in the Usos, and they were doing the face paint and the Uso crazy and coming out in like bright green shorts and whatever. I actually was watching a video, and it was on the WWE Vault channel, and it was the Giants DVD set, right? So there was a DVD set came out that was all about giants in the history of wrestling. Had like Haystacks Calhoun, Andre the Giant, Big John Studs. I've actually got the DVD set, but I've not watched it in years and years and years and years and years. but they put it up for free on YouTube. So I was doing some work the other day, and I just had it on in the background. And they were talking about Yokozuna. And you can tell how old this DVD set came out because some of the people that are talking are the Usos. And it's around the time when they first came in and they were Uso crazy, right? And you can see that he is a little bit chubbier, right? No offense. He is. I'm sure he would say that himself. His hairstyle is not as cool as it is now with the fades and everything. He's a little thinner in the face now. He's that little bit older. He's got the yeet stuff. He's got that kind of Miami vibe to him now. You know, the color scheme of like white, baby blue, pink. It's kind of very light, fun. Kind of, I just get Miami vibes from it. I don't know why. I get like Vice City vibes in a way from it. But he's got like the whole yeet thing and all of that. You compare where Jey Uso is in 2025 to when he was one half of Uso Crazy. It's basically a different person. It's basically a different person. He's completely different in his presentation, with his catchphrase, with his attire, with his hairstyle. As I said, back then he was a little bit chubbier. Now he's a lot more thin in the face. And I just think that he looks, and with the crowd reaction, he's got that feeling, he's got that aura of having something, right? He feels like he's got something special. It's debatable as to whether he's got quite the X factor yet. I mean, I think he's there or thereabouts. But, you know, I think that this is where the booking comes in. If Jey was booked as someone that kept winning and was on a roll and maybe had a couple of world titles behind him already, I think we're there or thereabouts. I think he's got the X factor, right? I would say the only debate really is because he's had title matches and has fallen short. That means that at the moment there is just a question around, can he get the big one, right? And I'm sure he will eventually. But I would say that's just playing into the X Factor thing for Jey Uso. So can it be taught? Can it be learnt? Yes, definitely. But some people just naturally have it. Brock Lesnar just naturally had it. Brock Lesnar, from even when he was at high school, had the X Factor straight away, because he was just a freak, wasn't he? He stood out. You could make the argument Obafemi just has it. You could make the argument that Trick Williams just has it, like the natural charisma, you know, and the entrance music massively helps, of course, but he's got that kind of fun personality. He's doing his rap stuff on the side. We've seen him do some fun little rap videos where he's done like some rap stuff on like some of his opponents and whatever. I think when he is wearing like the white trunks, the white kick pads, the white boots, like he looks a bit like, he's got a bit of like that Muhammad Ali vibe, you know? He just looks like $1 billion. A bit like Anthony Joshua, actually. Joshua boxes in white, and like, you know, there's pictures of Joshua when he's like shredded. He looks like a flipping sculpture, and he's wearing like white trunks and white boots, white gloves, and he just looks like flipping the king of the world. You know, a lot of it is to do with presentation. There's definitely elements that are to do with your charisma, your promos, your booking. Definitely plays a part. It's one thing to look amazing, but then if you keep losing all the time. But then saying that, there's plenty of people that have gone on losing streaks that people have had a warmth towards, you know? I was looking at Bron Breakker the other day. He's IC champion. He's not the tallest of guys. His height is okay. But when you stand him in there with a Gunther or a Randy Orton or something, I think he is just that touch below. Is he like 5'11", 6? Something like that. I mean, in WWE, you got people quite regular around that kind of 6'2", 6'3" mark, you know? So I wish he had a couple of inches more, to be honest. I wish he was a couple of inches taller. I wish, like, you know, on the video game where you can just move the slider a touch to make him just that little bit taller, that little bit more bulk. You know, I'd love to just move the slider just a little bit more. Whenever I see, I mean, I was looking at Randy. Randy was the same height as Triple H in the Rumble in 2009. I don't think Randy had won a title at that point, but Randy was looking chiseled. He was the same height as Triple H. He was obviously a very attractive guy. And, you know, he was standing there. He was tanned. I mean, he looked every inch like he just belonged, like he was, you know, a multiple-time world champion. I mean, he looked every inch like he belonged in that ring with Triple H in 2009. And I was just looking at him. I was like, you can just see it's just oozing off of him. It seeps out of his pores. Just everything about him is just saying, "Watch me. I'm the guy. I'm the guy." And it was just seeping out of him. And I don't really feel that with Bron Breakker, actually. I think with Bron Breakker, he is someone that they've pushed really hard down in NXT. He got himself to the top. Because of him being a Steiner, he's been spoke about a lot as being, he's going to be the guy, he's going to be the face of the company. I don't know that he's going to be the face of the company. I mean, I see him as being a bit Goldberg-ish. I see him being a bit... I don't know. I see him being a little bit kind of Batista-ish. I see him being a little bit kind of not quite the face, but the person that's going to be around. He's going to be around. He's going to have multiple world titles, yeah? But is he going to be the guy that's going to carry the ball and take it forwards and be the guy? I don't think he's going to be the guy. I don't think he's going to be the guy. I wish he was that little bit taller. I wish he was a bit more tanned. I wish his... I don't know. I watch his matches and his matches are okay. I don't get that feeling when he comes out of, here we go. Here we go. I mean, I'm getting that with Jacob. Do you get the same feeling from Bron Breakker as when you see Jacob Fatu? Because I don't. And I'd say that's the difference at the moment, is Jacob feels like he's got that X factor. Jacob feels like, here we go. You know, he's doing the shake thing. You know, he's stepping up to Braun Strowman. Like, he's just, you know, his promo backstage where he's talking about being King Kong and Godzilla rolled into one. You're like, oh my God. His promos are amazing. His looks are amazing. Everything about him is wrestling. Like, he's a wrecking ball. Some of the spots they've had him come down and do. Do you remember when... Didn't he come down and, like, murk 3 tag teams? He came down during a tag match and just murked everyone. And he was just in the ring like, and it was like, my God. I mean, he is him. He is it. I can't fault him. I wasn't too keen on his ring gear, actually. I wasn't crazy about what he wore at Saturday night's main event. And I think that match could have been stronger as well. I've got the scores in front of me from that match. You lot said it was great 56%. So it was a great match, but it was not as good as Braun Sheamus, which was great 61. Braun Jacob was great 56. I'd say, actually, all things considered, it underwhelmed a touch. So I would say it's his first match, or at least I think it's his first singles match. I can sort of forgive it. It's fine. I'm not going to judge him too harshly on it, right? What he did after was brutal. Yeah, I mean, what he was doing after looked sick. So, I mean, that was all great. But the match itself probably could have been a little better. I think his ring gear, I think I would change. For someone so deadly, it feels quite colourful. I don't know that I would necessarily have had so much red, but I think I would have had a lot more black with red kind of punctured throughout it. I would have done something different, but either way, I feel a lot different about Jacob than I do about Bron. But that is not to say that Bron can't get there. It just more so is where's Bron in comparison to Jacob in the ladder of, you know, who's going to get there first kind of a thing. I feel like Jacob feels a bit further up that ladder to me than Bron. Bron feels like he is going to have a really good IC title run, and then maybe he'll be in the mix for the world title. Whereas with Jacob, I actually don't know if he even needs a mid-card title run. I actually don't know if he doesn't go, like, if he gets the better of Braun, takes down Big Bronson Reed and, you know, murks a few people. Do we need him to become United States champ? Do we need him to become IC champ? Like, does he need that step? X Factor wise, he feels a little further along to me. Like, he feels like he could go up against Roman and win. I don't know about Bron. I think he could go up against Roman and lose, but I don't know that he would go up against Roman and win. But I feel like Jacob could go up against Roman and win. So Bron, I would say, it's just a bit of work that's needed, really. It's not that he won't get there. It's not that he can't get there. It's not that he doesn't have it. It's just that we just need to keep building. It's just building. So, you know, you don't have to be born with it. Definitely not. Definitely not. You don't have to be born with it. Because if you look at Becky, when she first came in, she was doing like some Irish jig in NXT. She was doing some river dance stuff, right? Fast forward many, many years, she's flipping, standing there with a broken nose, blood coming down her face. She's the man, you know. She got about as big as any woman ever has in the history of WWE. And that was a journey to that. And we're just on a journey. Jacob's journey has gone through MLW, where he's really learnt his crafts. And this is a craft. This is an art form. There are lots of pieces that have to be put together to create and level up like the perfect wrestler. Everyone can improve their promos. Everyone can improve their in-ring. Everyone can improve their charisma, their aura. Everyone can improve their connection with the fans. Everyone can improve their entrance, their signature poses. Everyone can improve their moveset. Like, there's so many. Everyone can improve their selling, their storytelling. I mean, God only knows how many different aspects there are, how many different attributes there are, strength. You know, I mean, there's some things you can't with size. You can't do much about your size. But there's so many different aspects that can be leveled up. It's a never-ending constant journey to really become the best version that you can become. I think Jacob is really hitting some high numbers on his attributes. I think that Bron is on his way to that. But for me, it's just not quite there yet. So that is a pretty long answer, but hopefully one that was I don't want to say insightful, because it's not. It's all stuff everyone knows, but hopefully it was one that was maybe a bit thought-provoking. I'm sure that it's hopefully has led to some good conversation in the chat. Ratchet the Owl said, I wonder if the broken rib was from the impact with the announcer's desk and the punctured lung came from him continuing. Maybe. I mean, almost certainly the rib was from hitting the desk. But was it that it went in and then punctured immediately? Or was it that it went in and got punctured immediately? Or was it that it kind of broke and then as the match continued, it slowly got worse? I'm not sure. I don't know, like, what came first, you know? It's kind of like the chicken and the egg type situation, isn't it? So I don't know quite which one resulted in what. It could be it all happened at the very, very start. But there is honestly a chance that it wasn't. And it could be that he broke his rib, he didn't puncture his lung, but actually carrying on with the match did puncture the lung. That is something that he will have to think about. And it's something Triple H is going to have to think about as well. As I said, there needs to be conversations with the roster. because there needs to be conversations, because we don't want that happening again. Yeah, people need to play their part in looking after themselves, but it's hard to have a go at him for it. You know, you're not having a go at him. It's just, please don't do that to me again. You know, it's the same conversation Vince had with Mick Foley. He's had that conversation with Mick Foley several times of, please don't do that again. Please don't put me in that position. You know, there's many times where Mick's done something, gone to the back, asked Vince, is that okay? And you would imagine Vince would be like, oh my God, it was amazing. Thank you so much. The footage is incredible. This is why we do it. But actually, that was not the response Vince was giving. A lot of the time, it was like, Mick, don't do this to yourself and don't do this to me. Like, there's times where he's saying to Mick, don't put me in this situation. I'm not asking you to do these things. I'm not expecting you to do these things. I'm not requiring you to do these things. But Mick wanted to do them. Like, he wanted to, like, you know, push himself and provide those moments, you know. I saw there's, isn't it in Beyond the Mat or whatever, we see him, was it after he got smashed in the face and head repeatedly with the chair from The Rock? We see him, like, going backstage to Vince and asking Vince, you know, do you think that was okay? And Vince is actually worried it might have gone a bit too far. And, you know, Mick's having to say to him, look, I think for anyone that we've upset, I think we've really made, like, 10 people's nights. We might have upset one person that thought it went too far, but I think there's 10 people that have just loved what we've done, Vince. Honestly, Vince, I think it's okay. He's not back there getting flowers. He's back there trying to say to Vince, I think it's going to be all right. I don't think we crossed the line. So it's funny, isn't it, how with these things you would expect them to get their flowers and get loads of praise, but sometimes it's just not that way. Sometimes the promoters and the bookers and the creative personnel are like, please don't put us in this situation. So Ratchet the Owl, shout out to you, buds. In the future, right? Lovely. Proctor Dill said, JD naturally gross will never be face. Comes back and goes full sadist. Asks them, try to hurt me. Mommy steps on his face, smiles in submission holds. Oh, so you would have him coming back as someone that loves the pain. You'd go that way, would you? You'd go where he's a heel and he would be like, just try and hurt me. Good luck, kind of an approach. I'd be down for exploring that. I'd be down for going in that direction. Keeping him heel, but, you know, making him a bit more credible in the sense of I don't know that I'd have him. I wouldn't want to get kinky with it. I think what he's just done has been really impressive. So I wouldn't want to go like where he's getting off on the pain, but I don't mind presenting him where he's still a heel and he is not afraid of the pain. Like, it's something that he's not scared of it at all. Like, it's part of the job. It's part of why he does this. Making it more of a cool aspect of, like, I suppose, like, do you want to go that he enjoys the pain? I would just be worried with certainly the mommy stuff that it doesn't start becoming a bit too, like, weird, you know? Kind of Mick Foley was quite good with that. I think the tone of it would have to be, if you could get the tone right, I totally get where you're coming from. I totally understand where you're coming from. So, yeah, interesting. I think there's a few directions you could take him. I agree. Alan said, have a great stream, Daze. Thanks for everything. Alan, shout out to you, buds. Really appreciate the support. Yeah, we've really been getting into some really juicy topics on this one. I do love these kind of hours that we spend before because it does allow us to kind of really dig into some stuff. There's not really anywhere that we can have these conversations because we can do opinions videos on them, but they tend to be, 20 minutes long? And obviously we get to a lot of community thoughts in those 20 minutes as well. Sometimes you do need that little bit of time to like really dig into a topic, you know? So I think it's been some good stuff here. So Alan, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. Ratchet said, I feel like they've not used Braun as the monster that he is. They overhype their big men and then they have them lose. Where are the big shows? I don't know that there's many big shows around to be had. I mean, they are very special. You know, your Andres, your Great Khali's, your Omos's, like they're all tall guys. But a lot of those tall guys go into basketball. You could make the argument, where are those kind of failed basketball stars? You know, what happens to them? Why don't we get them coming into wrestling? But I suppose they've got to be interested in wrestling. And they've got to be teachable and open to learning. And they've got to want that lifestyle. The bottom line is, like, you don't get much coming through the indie scene. And actually, you've really got to look hard to try and find anyone that's got that sort of size. If you go back through the history of WWE, there's not many tall guys. Giant Gonzalez, Great Khali. You know, I mean, you can probably name 10 tall guys, really tall guys, 7 foot plus. But there's not like this never-ending supply, you know? So they are rare. They do need to be treated well and booked right. I think Big Show was not. I think Big Show was heel, face, comedy stuff. The problem with Big Show is that he needed to be brought in, like Omos, a few times a year as an attraction. The problem with Omos is that Omos really needed to be working in TNA. He needed to be working in Japan. He needed to be working on the indie scene. Really, what WWE should have done with him is sent him out. Should have paid it for him, right? Should have sent him out to all these different shows. Should have had him at the PC. Should have got him to the point where he can really work. And once he was at that level, then use him, then bring him in, then have him be on TV in WWE. The problem you had was that you had this giant of a man that just couldn't work or do a great deal. And so he got a bit of a reputation, didn't he? Omos was a bit of a joke. Do you remember when they did Omos against Brock? And people were like, why are we doing this? Omos against Brock was booked for WrestleMania and people were down on it. And understandably so. I'm not saying they were wrong. They were down on it because Omos was just not... Brock was going to murder him. Brock was not going to struggle. Omos does not have anywhere near the wrestling ability to hang with Brock Lesnar. It's literally monster versus monster. It's Godzilla, King Kong. It's, you know, a lot of people were like, this is the most Vince booked match I've ever seen. This is the most Vince booked match I have ever seen. And I think it turned out it wasn't Vince that booked it. I think it was Triple H, actually. But, yeah, I think you've got to... it turned out to be an all right match, actually. They kept it relatively short. Omos got some offense in. And I think the way they put it together was actually as good as you could have made it. So credit to them. But there was lots of criticism. So I think, like, when it comes to the bigger guys, you do have to use them sparingly. I think Omos, hopefully now, certainly after a very successful run in Japan, hopefully, like, going forward, we could maybe do something interesting with Omos. Hopefully we'll be in a different place now. I mean, Braun has just had a really good series with Big Bronson Reed. I thought that was one of the most enjoyable feuds of 2024. Now he's just been in there with Jacob. I mean, Braun is facing other monsters. I think, you know, it probably wouldn't hurt if Braun had a few matches against smaller guys just to chuck him around, re-establish his dominance, show that, you know, I'm still Braun Strowman. But equally, when he steps in there with a Big Bronson Reed or a Jacob Fatu, he's going to struggle. And I think it's right that he struggles because he's going up against a fellow monster. It's like a land of the giants. And so I'm not too down on that, actually. But I do agree, you know, we probably could do with having Braun in some non-giant feuds as well, so that he can, Braun against Miz would be really fun. You know, that sort of like, Miz is excellent. You know, it's only now that I really appreciate what the Miz brings to the table. It's only now that I've seen how badly the Wyatt Six have been like booked and how badly people have reacted, that I really appreciate someone that can really convey how scared they are. I really appreciate the Miz acting intimidated, scared, terrified, you know, negotiating, trying to find a way out of situations, pleading, begging. There's not enough of that in wrestling. There's not enough of the people that are willing to do that or do it well enough where they are, you know, willing to look stupid. They're willing to kind of act all tough, but when push comes to shove, you know, they're borderline ready to cry, pleading and all that sort of stuff. I mean, that's what would make a Braun Miz feuds, and I think we've seen it, but that's why it would be fine to watch again, because like Miz would be acting all tough, and then as soon as he comes out, he'd have that look on his face of concern, slowly turn around as like Braun's coming down, and you know, like he'd be like, whoa, 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 whoa. There's just not loads of people that are very good at doing that, and that's what we needed. The Miz was excellent with being scared of the Wyatt Six. Flipping, no one else was bothered by him. No one else seemed that bothered. No one else was scared. It was only the Miz that ever seemed intimidated. That's what the Miz brings. He's solid in the ring. You know, he can hold his end of the bargain. If he's in there with someone that could really work, I think the match should be really good, because the Miz is safe. He doesn't really do anything spectacular, but equally he's not going to let the match down. He's not going to provide a stinker, right? So he's solid. He's good on the microphone. He's always got something to say. He's always coming out with some interesting points. You know, he digs into people's kind of backstories and whatever. Miz TV was cringe at times. I blame Vince for that. But yeah, his facial expressions, his kind of being a bit of a nerd, kind of acting tough only for push to come to shove, and then him find himself in a situation he doesn't want to be in. We need more of that. And those are the kind of feuds that Braun could benefit from to get some wins, so that then when he goes against a Jacob, goes against a Big Bronson Reed, that's why he struggles, you know? Then when he struggles, it means something. To see him struggle against Big Bronson Reed and then go into a feud where he struggles against Jacob, I do understand where you're coming from. I do get it. King Yeti with 5 Wrestling Daze gifted memberships. Really appreciate it, buds. Shout out to you, my friends. Always so generous, and it is so appreciated. Not just by me, but by the community, but you know that. I just need to set this up as well. I didn't get a chance to see who benefited from that, but hopefully they said thanks, King Yeti. I feel like pretty much near enough everyone on the channel needs to thank you at this point. Right. I've not done any setting up, so I do need to just set this up. We got 9 minutes to go. Oh, NXT Vault, 11 seasons on NXT. I do think that thing is official, the one that's on the YouTube channel. There we go. 7 minutes to go, and then we will be going over to this week's NXT. NXT. Okay, let's get to the chat and see if we can get through a few of these. Let's go. With many mid-carders not getting enough attention, I hope the Rumble is the event where they make an impression. Andrade starting at 1, lasting to the final 3, or Shinsuke eliminating the most, says Hannah. TJF said, Daze, I watched an interview of Big Show on Chris Van Vliet. He said a lot of people used him as he done what he was told, and he didn't have business sense, and he regrets being a yes man. I totally understand that. I totally understand that. He is someone that has, he's right. He's always been willing to do what he has been asked to do. He's been a heel, he's been a face, he's been a heel, he's been a face. You know, you could have presented him so much better. He really could have been a giant, a problem, you know, but it got to the point where he was on TV so much, and he took so many L's. Don't forget, when Andre took on Hogan at WrestleMania 3, that was towards the end of Andre's career. He had to wear a brace, like, to hold him up, right? His back was giving out. He was done. He was done. I mean, this is what makes WrestleMania 3 so special, is it's not that great a match. Had it have happened a few years before, it would have been better. Still wouldn't have been that brilliant, but we got it done. That's the most important thing. We got it done. We got a proper match with proper back and forth, fighting on the outside of the ring, fighting on the inside of the ring, proper main event, stare down, passing of the torch. It happened. And that face-to-face, for me, it's still the most iconic moment, right? For me, Hogan Andre, if I had to have one picture on the wall to sum up professional wrestling, it would be Hogan Andre. It would be WrestleMania 3, right? It's what a moment. In fact, I would love a picture of that on my wall. I know, Hogan, I know, right? But that is wrestling to me. That is the moment. That is the zenith. That is the pinnacle, right? And like he was done. He was broken down, man. He was towards the end of his career. He went into that match with everyone being told, and the casual fans believing it, he had never been beat. He had never been slammed, which was completely rubbish. He had been beat. He had been slammed multiple times. But that's what everyone was told. And the vast majority of people bought it. And that was towards the end of his career. The thing was, whenever he was on TV, he was winning. If ever he was slammed, it was always away from TV. Obviously, in this social media age, house shows are being recorded. Like, you wouldn't get away with it now, yeah? People are keeping, like, records, public records. People know cage matches right there, who wins, who loses. You wouldn't get away with it now. I do think you could have got away with it a bit more during Big Show's career. Social media wasn't quite around at that point. The internet hadn't fully bloomed at that point. I think there was a chance of getting away with it during Big Show's career. Could have got away with him taking L's, being slammed at house shows on very, very rare occasions. But on TV, win, dominant, looking good, use him sparingly. He could have had a legendary career. He could have had a career where, you know, we talk about him being around Mount Rushmore. Size-wise, he is huge. And he was a lot more agile than Andre. He was big. And he towered over everyone. Absolutely huge. And he could do more in the ring than Andre. But he didn't get Andre's aura. He didn't get the legendary status of Andre because he did get jobbed out so much. And it just was unfortunate. Whether it would have worked, we could sit here and debate till the cows come home. But I agree with him. I completely agree. He was a yes man. He did whatever he was told to do. I think ultimately that did count against him. I do agree. New WWE signing Jordynne Grace is expected to be in Indianapolis for this weekend's Royal Rumble. The belief is she will be appearing in the match itself. That is going to come to the surprise of very few people. Kai Cenat is literally the biggest streamer on earth. Of course, he got a big reaction, says AB. They are both so good. Miz is one of my all-time favourites. Braun, I really love. He's one of my favourite bigger guys, says Metal Mama. Not usually my type of guy. The Who review said, imagine if KO came out at the Rumble in full dust gear. I wonder what he will wear. I wonder what shirt he will have on, actually. That's a good shout. I wonder what he will be sporting when it comes to the shirt. His Naomi one is probably the best one I've seen. I wasn't that crazy about his Cody Sucks Eggs one. But yeah, there was some good ones that he's had. There was a super chat just came in. We've got 1 minute and 19 seconds. Mackenzie said, "I brought the Bloodline edition of 2K25. Congrats, buds. I believe you get to play it a little early, don't you? I think you get to play it like a week early on March 7th or something like that." So, yeah, anyone picking that up, I hope you have fun with it. It's not one that has massively grabbed me. I'm not a big gamer anyway. I don't have loads of time for gaming. And I've kind of got out of the habit of buying them now. I used to buy them and then just not play them. Now I'm pretty good at just like, I don't need it. So it's not for me, but if you pick it up, I hope you have a great time with it. I am quite interested in that island game mode. That sounds interesting, where you have to sort of do things on the island of relevancy and you have to impress Roman and all that stuff. So that sounds kind of interesting. So yeah, Mackenzie, enjoy it, bud. You got a little time to wait. That's the only downside. Braun Strowman was once a crazy monster that was terrifying, said Opala. Now, not so much. That's a WWE creative issue, though, not a Braun issue. Okay, here we go. NXT. Let's go, kids. Let's flippin' go. We'll do an opinions video for NXT. Tomorrow, I'm going to ask you your thoughts on the Rumble. I want to get community Rumble thoughts tomorrow. So, but we won't do that tonight. We will do community. We'll do community Rumble thoughts. Diddle-a-diddle-a. Okay. Daze, don't you feel sorry for Seth? He's been through a lot. He deserves some respect and to be the face of the company now. Not really, buds. I don't know that. Don't know that anyone deserves to be the face of the company. I feel like part of that just happens. Part of that is for the fans to choose, really. Wrestling fans don't like it when people choose who the face of the company is and is thrust upon them, a la Roman Reigns in 2015, you know? Or John Cena when he was getting the dueling, let's go Cena, Cena sucks chance. I mean, I think Seth's had an incredible career. Does he deserve even better? That is for people to debate, isn't it? Here is Theory and Grayson. There is Obafemi. So we are at center stage in Atlanta. There is Lash and Jakara. We got the women's tag titles on the line tonight. There is the champs, Naomi and Bianca. Giulia! We're going to start with the Bayley match, are we? Let's go. Let's flippin' go. Here's Giulia, the women's champ. Giulia and Bayley going to be taking on, what a way to start the show, Roxanne and Cora. This is a big open. This is a big start. Let's go, Queens. Let's go. Let's go down. It really described my problem with Seth. He thinks he deserves that he becomes, but he's just been there forever, said Aubrey. Mackenzie said, A-Town down losers. A-Town down losers. Okay, Giulia in the ring. Here's Bayley. I love this venue. I love these different venues. NXT should have been doing this for so much longer than this. Here's Bayley. Coming out, big stage, big Raw. What a great venue for her as well. You know, we don't really ever think about this, but these are main roster stars that perform in front of thousands and thousands. This is a real unique experience for them to be in this kind of space, you know? Bayley seems really pleased to be there. She seems really excited to be there. She seems, yeah, man, she is buzzing. Bayley with a big smile on her face, and she looks out at the NXT universe. Bayley with her arms outstretched, and the NXT fans applauding away. Giulia back in the corner watching on. Oh, God, why can't we just have this as a singles match? Why can't we just have Bayley versus Giulia? Right, Roxanne and Cora are actually coming out at the same time. They're coming out to Roxanne's entrance music. We have a little ramp that takes us straight from the... It's very unusual. That is not WWE style, is it? To have a ramp that takes you from the stage to the ring. But that's exactly what we've got. It's very WCW. So we got Roxanne, we got Cora. We're going to be underway with this tag match, and this could and should be fun. Christopher said, don't worry about Aubrey Daze. He is Seth's #1 fan. Probably he has a cardboard cutout under the beds. Right, we are underway, and both the heels go to the outsides. We've got Bayley shouting to the outsides. Right now, we've got a bit of regrouping already from the heels, charging over, swing and a miss. Cartwheel by Roxanne. Roxanne with a kick. Giulia, lovely. Backslide, Roxanne escapes. Giulia, she's... No joy. She goes down. She's on top of Roxanne. Roxanne kicks out. So this match has settled down relatively quickly, actually. But I suppose we haven't got loads of time to work with. Lovely work by Giulia. Rolling up Roxanne. Her shoulder didn't look quite down there. Right now, she's grabbed her hair. And again. I love that scream from Roxanne, you know. Giulia just grabbed Roxanne's hair. Roxanne just screamed like a flipping banshee. She goes down. Giulia looking for the cover. Not even a 2. Not even quite a 2. Going back into the corner. Here's Bayley. Big shot coming in. Right now we've got Cora coming into the ring. Slap coming in there by Bayley. Again, more shots coming in. Bayley back in the corner. Cora goes over the other sides. Takes down, over against the ropes. Back elbow there by Bayley. Boom! Down goes Cora. 1, 2. Kick out. Right, lots of old NXT episodes and takeovers are on WWE NXT YouTube channel, said Simon. It's a new channel, is it not? That just went up like 6 hours ago, probably 7, 8 hours ago now. Cora Jade round the back. She's got Bayley in the corner. In comes Roxanne. Shots coming into the midsection. So Bayley's in the ring now. Forearm strike. She has got Roxanne over in the corner. Bayley in the ring. She's got Roxanne in the corner. She's looking to go up. Double knees. Roxanne goes down. Duck underneath on Cora. Boot to the midsection. I wonder if CM Punk is at this show. I'd imagine he would want to be here to watch Cora and Roxanne against Giulia and Bayley. This is the kind of thing Punk, I think, would want to see. Bayley, Giulia, a couple of suplexes there. Both the heels get slammed down. Cora rolls out the ring, looking for the cover. Kick out there by Roxanne. It's pretty standard affair at the moment. Faces doing good work. Heels bumping around a bit. Against the ropes goes Roxanne. She grabs Bayley's hair. Lovely block. Roxanne trying to fight back. She throws Giulia to the outside. Bayley goes to the outside as well. Roxanne in control. Against the ropes. Roxanne, suicide dive. Lands on both of the heels. Cora was tagged already. She's up top. She comes down. That's some good tag work by the heels. That's some good tag work. Do you know, those spots when someone jumps on them, not a big fan of those, people standing around waiting to be landed on. But the way they just executed it was really fast-paced. You had Roxanne going through the ropes, knocking down both of the faces, then very quickly had Cora coming off. So you could sort of believe that the faces were a bit disorientated. Nice by Cora, stomping down on Giulia. 2. Kick out. But Cora looks like a stripper from Jade County, says Frankie. Are we surprised that Bianca is on NXT and not going for a major title as WrestleMania approaches? Feels like she's on the downside. Thoughts? I don't think being on NXT is a problem if you're just visiting. Like, Bayley's just visiting. I don't think she's being, like, buried. Bianca's on for this week to defend the women's tag titles. Rumors are that she could actually be in a title match at WrestleMania. So I think it's very different if you are, say, Shotzi, who has come back from injury and now is in NXT. We don't know how long for, but she's here on a more permanent basis. You could say the same for Cedric. You could say the same for Ashanti. You could say the same for Baron Corbin when he got moved down. Like, it's very different for them. They're permanently here. They're clearly not in main roster creative plans. 1, 2, kick out, shoulder up there by Giulia. So they're not in main roster plans, right? But for Bayley, she's just down here to just do like some fun matches, moments, boost the ratings with Giulia and with Roxanne. Same with Bianca and Naomi. You know, that to me is not a problem. If she was down here on a more permanent basis, then we could have a conversation. Cora has got Giulia over by the ropes. A.B. Jobson said today is the 18th anniversary of when Undertaker won the 2007 Royal Rumble. 7th anniversary of Shinsuke and Asuka winning. Cody and Rhea was 2 years ago, said A.B. Here's Giulia trying to make the tag. Trying to go over, make the tag, kicking out there to Cora. Cora goes down. Giulia going over, tag being made. Bayley coming in, clothesline. Cora goes down, and again. Round the back, lovely work. Picks her up. Drops her down. Nice back suplex. She's got Roxanne on her shoulders. Oh, lovely. Lovely. Looking for belly to belly. Roll up. 2. Bayley goes over. She gets punched in the face. So I think we're at commercial break there, and we are battling away, this match continuing, and the match didn't die then, actually. Daze, is Trick supposed to be on the show tonight? Yes, he is meant to be taking on Wesley. Big shot coming down there by Cora Jade. Right now, she's over against the ropes. Cora being dragged in by Bayley. I mean, it's a pretty fine match. It's not really like setting the world on fire. Bayley climbing up top. Roxanne coming over. Cora down. Referee having a word there with Cora, and I really don't know why. Big knee coming in there by Cora as Bayley goes down. Roxanne is attacking Bayley on the outside. Heels doing heel work. That's good. Referee distracted by Giulia. Bayley being attacked as Cora comes over. Ref, you suck chance. Ref, you suck, which is very much deserved because he flipping does. Ref, you suck. Ref, you suck. There we go. Look, Trick Williams, Wesley. That match coming up later. Shotzi against Fallon Henley. That match coming up later. Kick coming in to the midsection by Roxanne. Heels still in control. Let's go, Bayley. Let's go, Bayley. Ah, lovely. By Roxanne, taking the mick out of Hugger Bayley. Woo! I haven't seen that in ages. I haven't seen that in years. That's what Bayley used to do before she used to run in the corner. Ooh. Used to mimic one of her buddies. That's nice by Roxanne. That is nice. Going over against the ropes. What surprises do we expect on Saturday apart from Orton, Lynch, Flair, Styles? Who would we bring in to shake both divisions, said Drew. I don't think there'll be much in the way of surprises. I think both Rumbles will probably get about 3, 4, if that. And that might even include some NXT people. Obviously, we're thinking about like Joe Hendry. Do wonder about Jeff Hardy. There's a chance for Goldberg. I would love to see AJ Lee, but I feel like that's an outside chance, you know. But I'd love to see AJ Lee. But I don't know. I mean, like, really, you're looking at NXT call-ups. I don't think Malachi is available. He's teased it, but that doesn't mean he's available. I did read one report that said he wasn't available until after the Rumble, but I don't know if that's accurate. So AJ Styles, there's rumours that he might make it back. Asuka, there's a few rumours. Alexa, of course. So these are the kind of names that we're talking about. These are the kind of names that are circulating. Nice belly to belly. Right now, going over, trying to make a tag. In comes Roxanne. Oh, Giulia with the hot tag. Over against the ropes. Boom! Big shot. Big shot. Right now, looking to... Oh, flipping her over. Obviously, we've seen Giulia Roxanne a couple of times. It's always a fun encounter. Roxanne moves out the corner. Big boot there by Giulia. Giulia going up to that middle rope. These girls have worked so hard. Giulia's telling Roxanne to get a bit closer. Missile drop kick. Roxanne down. Giulia 1, 2. Roxanne kicks out. They're giving this match time, aren't they? They're really giving this match time. Over against the ropes. Giulia grabs her. Right now we got Cora coming over. Cora hits Roxanne by mistake. 1, 2. Kick out. That was a mistake. Oh, Giulia going for the cover. 2. Oh, Roxanne just makes the save. This match continuing. I feel like this is real bread and butter stuff. I feel like There's a few little peaks in here, but by and large, maybe now we're going to cook. Maybe now we're going to cook. Giulia, headbutt. She grabs. Oh, Cora goes down. Giulia down to one knee. This might be the beginning of the end. Bayley going up top. Cora down. This could be it as the elbow connects. Bayley 1, 2, 3. Bayley and Giulia pick up the win in a very fun match. Lots of pretty standard heel work. Lots of cheating. But it is the faces that emerge victorious. And look at how frustrated Roxanne Perez is on the outsides. Lovely elbow drop, though. Lovely elbow drop to secure the win. It was Cora that took the pin. And there was obviously, look at that handshake as well. It's like Hogan and Macho Man. Did she just have a look at that NXT Women's Championship? Is that what she's looking at? Was she just looking at that championship then, Bayley? It did feel like she was just looking at that belt. Oh, I don't need Bayley to have an NXT Women's title run. We got Eddie Thorpe. Good match. She did look at it. What do we do with Eddie Thorpe now? My destiny won't be a matter of chance. Eddie Thorpe cannot be broken. Well, there we go. Eddie Thorpe on the show. Coming up next, we're going to have the Grayson Waller effect. So, Grayson Waller effect with Obafemi on the show. Right. That was a good match, said Metal Mama. Yeah, it was solid. It was fun. I don't know if it's going to have blown people's minds, but it was. They put a shift in, didn't they? They definitely put a shift in. Commercial break, said Wrestling Fan. The match was fire, said AB. Pink slip and open the door for him. You're not a fan of Eddie? Grayson Waller beatdown, said MJR619. They kept Thorpe, but they got rid of Dijak, who's way better. Make it make sense, said James. Make it make sense. I actually can't make it make sense. The only thing I would look at would be the age. Do they think with Eddie Thorpe they've got more time to work? Maybe with Dijak, they think they're running out of time. Eddie Thorpe's 34. How old's Dijak? Dijak is... There's not much difference. He's only 37. Dijak would still have a good 6 years, 7 years. I can't make it make sense. I can't make it make sense. It doesn't make any sense. Daze, would you like to see an NXT Rumble? Who would we book to win it? I think Noam Dar and Lash Legend would be good. I don't mind an NXT Rumble. I wouldn't do it at the Rumble, of course. I think it would have to be its own event. And... I'm just wondering, would you do it before or after the Rumble? I think after. I think the Rumble is so special. People get so excited for the Rumble. It'd be a bit of a shame to do another Rumble before the Rumble, you know? I think you would do it after the Rumble. But not on the same show. I'm saying like the next weekend after. And then you do the NXT equivalent. And would I like to see it? I would. Do I like the people you've just named? I do, but I would worry about how Noam Dar would get on against Obafemi. Lash, definitely. But Noam Dar. I like Noam Dar. I have no problem with him getting an opportunity, but I just feel like Obafemi would murk him. I think I would need, whilst Oba's champ, I think I'd need someone that I feel would have a more realistic chance. Unless you just completely changed Noam Dar's booking and made him a bit more strategic, a bit cleverer, always a step ahead type stuff, you know? In all fairness, who can you book to... I mean, Tony. Tony's beaten Oba. There's no one else that's beaten Oba. So, really, you are limited for options when it comes to who could you have to go up against Oba. I think I'd be with you with Lash. I might struggle a little bit with Noam. I do think Tony is the feud. He's the only one that's beaten him. And outside of that, who is there? I mean, there's a few that you could build up. Andre Chase should be further along than he is. He's lost and broken, isn't he? I feel like he needs to get back on his feet and get moving forward again. Because he's been in NXT so long. Duke Hudson has got size. He's been in NXT years and years and years. He was part of NXT 2.0. Duke Hudson should be someone that can step up to Obafemi and realistically we think has a shot. I see your Noam Dar. I raise you a Duke Hudson and I would really change the booking of Duke Hudson. But I'm with you on Lash. Do you remember when Bo Dallas entered the Rumble first time from NXT? He won that tournament. It would be cool if they brought that back. That is true. You are correct. He did get to go into the Rumble. And yeah, that was done really, really well. They should bring that back. They should bring that back. Right, we are... Where are we? Is this Atlanta? What's that? We got Grayson Waller effect. Okay, so we got a few trees in the ring. Grayson Waller effects. I do love that carpet. I think it looks really good. Crowd are booing. What about a shout out to Atlanta's favourite son, Austin Theory? ATL chants. They said they were partying with Quavo and 2 Chainz last night. Everyone's talking about him. Let's meet him. The NXT champion. The ruler. Is Obafemi then? I wonder what how are they gonna make this segment entertaining? I mean, are they just really gonna have them kind of insult him and then he trashed the set? I feel like we've seen that about 1 million times. But Daze, can I ask you something that's not wrestling related? Sure. It's Grayson and Theory time, said Joe. Duran said 2.0 wasn't 2.0. It was 3.0. 1.0 was the game show. 2.0 was black and golds. Then the throw up sign was 3.0. And now we're at 4.0. Okay, Oba in the ring. He's about to sit down. We've got Theory sat on the desk. Grayson behind the desk. Give him a little applause. He's got a funny little dance. Yeah, give him an applause, guys. He did his little dance. Longest reigning North American champ. 2 years on the roster. You're all ready. NXT champ. Austin Theory chant. Austin Theory chant. Austin Theory chant. The youngest United States champ of all time. I forgot that he had achieved that, you know. Completely forgot he had achieved that. Okay, so these two are saying they don't quite believe in him. Grayson's like... You invited me to tell me you don't see my potential? Yep. I never saw either of you as NXT champ. Neither of you have ever been NXT champ. In 2 years, I achieved more in NXT than the two of you combined. That's good. I want to know if the hype is real. This is where Grayson is so good. He's saying at WrestleMania 40, we're standing tall with the Tag Team Championships. Where are you? In a box, sipping on some juice with your NXT jumper on. You went to a great high school. And now you're the NXT champ. Where's this going? I can't tell where this is going. A guy like you, we've seen a million times. But 6 months later, your ass is on the indies. You're not Grayson. Oh, they were chanting, turn on Grayson. I thought they were saying you're not Grayson, but they were saying turn on Grayson. Turn on Grayson. And then he turns around. That's a fun little moment. I didn't catch what they were chanting. But they were chanting turn on Grayson. I feel like the crowd aren't really bothered by this segment, so they're just making their own fun now. I don't see no titles, says Oba. Especially you, Waller. Your lips try to write checks your hands can't cash. That is good, isn't it? I'm building a dynasty brick by brick, and trust me, it will be built. What's going on? 2 weeks. Vengeance. Triple threat. Oh, right. Which one will step up? Yeah, but Trick's backstage. He wants the shot. Austin Theory is the chant. The crowd want Theory. Who's coming? Ava's got music now. Has Ava got music? Has she always had music? Okay, Trick's in enough. It is true. Oba's just booking all the matches. Yes! Come on! Ah, the man! The man is here! Yeah, man, Oba, stop trying to duck Trick Williams. Offering matches to anyone that's not Trick. Boom! Let's go! Clothesline to the outsides. Are we going to do a tag match? Are we going to do Trick and Oba against... Oh! That's a cheap shot. That's a cheap shot. That's low. Shh. Trick was cleaning house for Oba, and then Oba blindsides him. Shh. Right before Trick's got to have a match as well. Shh. I don't know where that's going, but I'm here for it. I am definitely here for it. I like all of those moving parts. I think it's going to be a tag match, but could it result in it being a fatal four? Shh. That was pretty fun, wasn't it? We need to have a serious conversation if that is like up there with some of the greatest music of all time. I flipping love it. Heel Oba against Trick, please, said K-Dub. See below said, how would we feel if Kai Cenat and Speed entered the Rumble? I would be disappointed because I understand that we need celebrities and surprises, and I really don't mind that. But for them both to go in, you know, but there's only 30 spots. So for 2 spots to go to streamers, influencers, you know, Kai Cenat and Speeds, I think I would have one go in and then have the other one maybe run down and eliminate them or something. That way we don't have to use 2 spots, but we can still feature both, you know? So yeah, I wouldn't be keen on it, because if we get Logan, Kai Cenat and Speed in the Rumble, that's 10% of the Rumble going to what are influencers. I know Logan is technically a WWE superstar, but you know, is a con artist. So do we want to use 10% of the Rumble spots on influencers? They're the scum of the earth. They're the lowest of the low. Even though Kai Cenat seems like a great person, and I don't have any issue with Speed, actually. I don't have no problems with them. I mean, I would expect them to go in and immediately get smashed around, right? I would not be expecting them to be eliminating anyone. But, yeah, not what I'm looking for. James said it's bad enough having Logan in it. K-Dub said they'll be streaming in the back. I doubt they'll be in the Rumble. I do think there's a chance one could, because I think imagine their music hits, or music that I don't know if I think Speed's made a track of his own, hasn't he? Imagine if that starts playing and Speed's like, what's this? And Triple H is like, has no one told you you're in the Rumble? And Speed like finds out live on stream that he's in the Rumble and his music's playing, and he comes out and he's all confused and he's like, yeah, well, like fired up, like, guys, we're going in the Rumble. I could see him streaming as he's coming down. Like, that feels like a very 2025 thing to do. And, you know, imagine all the kids that don't watch wrestling that are fans of Speed being like, did you hear Speed was in the WWE match, that Royal Rumble match? Like, I was watching the stream. He didn't know he was in it. And of course he does. Like most of this stuff, it's all flipping fake. But, you know, he comes, oh my God, I'm in the Rumble type moment, you know, and he comes running down. Just like that video the other day where it's like, why is Triple H calling me? Yeah, I wonder. Oh, it's Triple H. I wonder why he's FaceTiming me, everyone. What could this be about? So, I could see it for that reason. Hannah said, is it a far out to guess that Fatu, Orton, Seth J could win the Rumble? I think that Jacob Fatu, it's a bit too early. Orton has got a chance. Seth is the second favourite. Jay is got a chance, isn't he? I mean, he could go on to face Gunther again. We have only just done it, though. But there's a definite chance there, isn't there? There's a definite chance. Izzy Dame is being interviewed by Sarah Schreiber. Yeah, there's a few people in our community that have put some money on Jay winning it, because apparently you can get some really good odds. Me and Tony aren't even friends. We just share a common enemy. Bada bing, bada boom. Oh, hello. Ridge Holland. My name is Ridge Holland. You're a liar. So Ridge is upset with Izzy. Here's Stacks. You don't talk to a lady like that. God, this is a bit of a fall for Ridge, isn't it? I like Stacks, but I'm warming up this hand right now, said Stacks. Well, Stacks, there's Trick still down. Trick's still struggling. Trick is still struggling here. Looks like we're about to go over to our next one. Here's Wesley, then. Wesley about to make his way down. We are 40 minutes into this show. I think it's been a very enjoyable NXT this week. Very enjoyable. Here's Wesley. Defcon Prime said, mark my words, 24 will win. There we go, Defcon. Okay, Wesley is in the ring. Wes versus Trick. King Yeti said, streamers shouldn't be in the Rumble days. In the Rumble confirmed, says King Yeti. I think we're all waiting, not for me, but for Big Daddy Mark. Big Daddy Mark is the one we're all hoping for. Right now, Trick is down and he is struggling. Where's Lee with a big smile on his face? Right, and again, another kick coming in there by Wes. And he's pulling back on the neck. Trick Williams is up over the other side, grabbing a hold of the arm. Big shot there by Trick. Again, back in the corner. Shots coming in by Wes. As we said, really, really fun show this, I think, so far. And now we've got a Trick Wes. This could be a PLE match. Trick firing in some shots to the midsection, going upstairs. Wes comes forwards, throwing in some knees. Muay Thai clinch. Whoop that Trick chant. And now he's got Trick over against the ropes. Drop kick into the back. Going round, looking for the cover. Kick out. Okay, we are underway with match number 2. Oba Femi's theme is a banger, said Mr. Quake. Christopher said they look like younger versions of Boys to Men, Wes, and the other 2 wrestlers with him. Let's go. Over against the ropes goes Trick. Wes over the other side. Nice. Kick. Down goes Trick. Right now, Wes is climbing up. Nice. Oh, wow. What strength. Crossbody by Wes. Trick just grabs him. Oh. Elbows. Trick goes down. Shots coming into the side of the body. Wes against the ropes. Crossbody there by Wes. Trick goes down. 2. Kick out. Wesley going over to Trick. Again, he's grabbing the hair of Trick. Slap coming in there by Wes. Oh, here we go. Look, Trick. No way, man. Hulking up. Powering back up to his feet. Boom. Open palm. Open palm to the outsides. Right now, we've got Trick going over into the commentary table. Be careful. Be careful. If I was a wrestler, I'd be having flipping nightmares after what I saw yesterday. Double knees there by Wes to Trick. Trick is bent over this commentary table. Look at that. Boom. Boom. WWE will never get a 10 with Booker's voice. It starts at a 9, said Akeem. I think Trick needs to be called up to the main roster, said Lisa. It doesn't count yet. It wasn't a match. Hannah said, one of the things I'm still confused by of the 15 Rumble was Daniel Bryan entering and getting eliminated when it was his return. It didn't make sense and the fans hated it. I think they were just going with Roman, weren't they? I mean, I think they felt like Daniel was back in 15 after, injury. I think he was still a bit limited. I don't think they wanted to put like the top title onto him. I think the fans wanted Daniel back and Daniel to be back to what he was. I don't know that Daniel was quite capable of that. I think injury had really took hold by that point. I mean, don't forget, it really wasn't long after that Daniel was told he was done, So the fans wanted one thing. I don't know if Daniel's body would have really allowed it. And the bottom line is Vince was ready to pull the trigger on Roman as being the guy anyway. Kick coming in there by Wes. It'd be very interesting to know in retrospect if he would have changed the booking. Shot coming in there by Wes. We'll never know. I wonder if, I don't know if they've done a 2015 Royal Rumble episode on something to wrestle with. I might just have a quick search on that. Something to wrestle with Royal. Because Bruce Pritchard might actually have some inside info. I don't think there is, no. I don't think they've done an episode on it. I don't even know if Bruce was there at the time, to be honest. I don't think he was. We need Shane McMahon to do a podcast. That's what we need. Down goes Trick. Where's back up? It's a good little battle. Roll over, looking for the cover. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Okay, so Trick down. Where's really battling away. What about when he was with the Wyatts for a short period? What about that, buds? What about it? Kicks coming in. Forearm strike to the back of the heads. Trick goes down. Right, single leg Boston Crab. Again, really working that single leg Boston Crab at the moment. Wesley very much in control. He'll give up eventually. This is too easy. So he said he's got all day. He's still really pulling back on that leg. Trick definitely feeling the effects of this. Let's go, Trick. Let's go, Trick. Are we going to commercial break? Are we coming back from commercial break? Are we going to commercial break? I have no idea. But what if Williams' paint started on fire in the middle of the Royal Rumble? What, Trick Williams? I'd love it if he was in the Rumble. I'll freak if his music hits. Not sure. Triple H kept telling Vince that Roman was the guy when Vince was looking to push Big E. Vince got convinced to push Roman Reigns instead, says Hannah. Wrestle with Andy said, Daze, call me crazy, but what if the Wyatt Six went to NXT? They could do some more crazy stuff there. Shots coming in. Well, I mean, if there just is no space for them, if we've got a few things to work out, them having a short stint in NXT, I wouldn't be against. If there was like a reason for them to go, you'd need a really good reason. The Wyatt Six really are here to, right wrongs. If there was like a big wrong in NXT that needed fixing, I could buy that they would go. I could buy that. People would be really down on it. But if you could give them some cool stuff to counter it, and if it could really, establish some stuff and fix some stuff, tighten some stuff, I wouldn't be totally against it. It would be a blow, though. I'd be mentally ready for all those. They're down in NXT now. God, they've really messed this group up. That would be it, wouldn't it? That's all you'd get for weeks, and understandably so as well. But again, two things can be true. Oh, here we go. Look at this. Trick is big shot. He goes to the outsides. Over the top goes Wes. So Wes goes to the outsides. Oh, we've got a lot of flying around at the moment. Trick to the outside, grabbing Wes, chucking him back in the ring. It's all Trick Williams. Shot coming in there by Trick. Tell you what, it's been a real meat and potatoes kind of night tonight. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. And do you know what? I really agree. I really agree. Kicks coming in there by Trick. Is that the ref down? Oh, God. Trick gets DQ'd. It just got a bit too much for him. Boom. You can get murked. You can get murked. Now he's got a chair. Trick's losing it, man. Trick's losing it. I'm loving this version of Trick. I'm loving this version. Yeah, man. Dish it all out. Don't matter. Don't matter if you lost by DQ. You won in our hearts. Yeah, very frustrated, Trick. Pushing more referees, pushing more officials. Murk them. Knock them out. They deserve it. Ava backstage. What's she going to decide? Oh, it's you. Don't bother knocking. I make matches, not you. Oh, no. She wasn't finished. Triple threat. It is triple threat. Wow. Wow, it has gone triple threat. That means Grayson and Theory are going to be going up against each other at times. Wow. Wow, that is big news. Vengeance Day? I don't actually know when that is. Okay, we are at commercial break. Dun dun. Bum, bum. That's the best Ava has ever looked, said Corey. Tom said, I guess cracks are going to start to form after that match at Vengeance Day, probably setting up a Mania match between Grayson and Austin. Kieran said, Trick will be suspended. You watch. 2 weeks today, said Keeks. Thank you, Keeks. February 15th. Wyatt's against the Sean Spears team could work well, said Wrestle with Andy. Anna said it's safe to say the 2022 Men's Rumble was the worst Rumble, with many tag wrestlers. K-Dub said HBK needs to bring back the broken window heel turn to NXT. PJ said, I like how they aren't taking Ava seriously, because eventually she's going to snap and finally get over. Charles said, here comes Theory's turn for the 1000th tease. There's going to be moments where we get Theory and Waller, though, going up against each other. That could really be something. That could really be fun. Yeah, I'm really not down on that match. Do feel a little bit sorry, though, for Trick Williams. I feel like if Trick had just won that match, he would have been in the mix. But because he got DQ'd, it's a triple threat. It's all right. Trick will win the Rumble instead. He'll win the Rumble, and he'll just go up against Cody and beat Cody instead. So we'll just do that. It's fine. Daze, how are we feeling about the show so far? Loving it. I think it's a really good show. I think it's been very, very entertaining. 2 matches. Both have been solid. Really enjoyable segment that actually mattered. It wasn't just a case that we had a segment where, it didn't really matter. It wasn't just a case that it was a segment and it was just like they insult him and nothing happens. Here's Ava. She's going backstage. Whoa. Trick. She can't just burst into the men's locker room. There might have been dongs. Not you. Tag match. Oba Trick against Grayson and Theory. Is there still a way for him to get into that match? Guys, she just burst into there. She just went dong hunting. I'm not going to have anyone tell me otherwise. She definitely just went dong hunting. She went in there hoping to see dongs. Without getting all, you know. Could you imagine if a guy stormed into a women's locker room? Could you imagine the outrage? Guys, I just want equality, that's all. I just want equality. I just want both sexes to be treated equally. There's no way a guy would storm into the women's locker room in 2025. How is it acceptable that she went running in there? Why do we as men have to suffer in silence? Here is Fallon Henley. Ava, I see Wiener. Ding dong, hello, said Matt. Ava the dong hunter. Christopher said, Daze, my guy CM Punk will win the Rumble or the Chamber. He'll have a WrestleMania moment with a WWE title. And then at SummerSlam, we'll have Punk Cena for the WWE title. Come here, go away. Come here, go away. Ah, I love that. JC getting in, Jasmine getting in, Fallon getting in. Next match coming up. Fallon versus Shotzi. Bing, bing, bing. I love the venue as well. Love the venue. Dong hunting in 2025. Yeah, we're all doing it. We're all doing it. It is the... but wasn't it like 10 years ago that really we had fidget spinners? And then we went through a period where Prime was really popular. I feel like 2025 is dong hunting. The records will show that it was Ava that started the trend. Mackenzie said The Rock taught Ava better than that. Well, you would like to think he did, but apparently he didn't. Apparently what she just did is acceptable. It's very disappointing. Right, let's end this poll. We are underway with match number 3. As Shotzi throws in some shots to Fallon, duck underneath, against the ropes. No one's used that ramp, which I'm quite surprised at. Because we don't normally have that ramp, so you might as well use it. Shotzi goes over. Ooh. A little clunky. Gets the rope, Shotzi. Gets caught on the ropes. Slam down. Seems like that match didn't quite tickle the taint. It got good 98s. It's okay. That's all right. It's top end good. Shotzi versus Fallon. Shotzi. Boom! Lovely. Has never met a risk that she didn't want to take. Right now, we've got Shotzi going up. But Fallon dragged out the ring. That's not going to stop her, though. Goes up, down. Boom. Shotzi knocks down Fatal Influence. Chemical X. They're still not being called Chemical X, are they? Shots coming in. Gets caught. Ah, mates. Oh, chop block as well. Oh, mate, no, you can't be doing stuff like that to Shotzi. Her legs are made of glass. She just smashed her leg. I always what? What does she always do? I always do something. What's that? Fallon Henley always does something, but we'll never know what it is because they cut the mic. Right now, we got Shotzi back up on her feet. Fiendish Howdy said, do we think AJ will return? And AJ Lee in the Women's Rumble. I think AJ Styles probably has more chance than AJ Lee. I did put AJ Lee in my predictions out of pure hope. My logic was that I understand her not being in last year's because last year she had a busy year planned, right? So I can understand her not being in last year's. But she should have been able to have cleaned out her schedule now. And so I'm a bit hopeful that she can find space for, you know, a Rumble appearance. Time is still on her side, though. She's still so young. I think, didn't we look? She's younger than Charlotte. She's younger than Charlotte, so... but AJ Styles, they're very hopeful will make it back, yes. Which is good. I mean, seemingly ahead of schedule. 1, 2... No joy. Kick coming in. This is Hotlanta. So, yeah, Fiendish Howdy, I would love to see both. I think AJ has got a great chance. Styles. AJ Lee, there is a chance, but, yeah, that would be an outside... That'd be an outside wish, really. But I'm a dreamer, and I'm quite happy to live in hope. Single leg Boston Crab being applied at the moment. Down. Charging over. Clothesline there by Fallon. Mackenzie said, Ava likes the people's strudel just like her dad. The evidence is there for all to see. She didn't even knock. Both women are in the ring. They're just throwing some pretty weak shots at each other, to be honest. Another forearm shot there by Shotzi. Oh, lovely. She goes down. Kader just burst into the men's locker room looking for Trick. Oh, yeah, that's what Ava just did. I would love to see Paige leave AEW and return to WWE. Shotzi going over. Roll there by Shotzi. Arm drag by Shotzi. So we're just seeing Lash and Jakara. Boom. Planted. Looking for a suplex into the corner. Shotzi on her feet going over. To the other side. Collides into Fallon. Fallon goes to the outside of the ring. Shotzi into the ring post to the outside. She goes down. She seems okay. Oh, yeah. Do you know what? Corey just said what I was thinking. I don't know how much more her leg can take. Right now, she has got Shotzi's leg and plants her into the edge of the ring. And again into the table. Fallon Henley very much in control. Lash and Jackson are looking delicious, said PJ. Durant said, I would like to see AJ Lee and Becky both return and have a fight in the center of the ring. Mr. B said, I wonder how Lash feels about Ava walking in on her, man. That's a really good point. That's a really good point, Mr. B. That is her man. Oh, stretch muffler being applied. Stretch muffler by Fallon on Shotzi. And that's on a leg that has been weakened as well. Kick coming in there by Fallon. Shotzi goes down. Shotzi going back against. Fallon going against the rope. Shotzi pushes Fallon. Big forearm. That was good. Right now she's got over. Lovely. Mini sliced breads. 1, 2, Shotzi. Kick out by Fallon. Fiendish howdy, shout out to you, buds. Said, as of now, Royal Rumble 23 was the final Rumble for both Bray and Alexa. Crown Jewel 22 was the final Crown Jewel for both Bray and Alexa. And WrestleMania 37 was the final Mania for both Bray and Alexa. And it will forever be that way, won't it? Obviously, we won't have Bray back again. We might get him on a Titantron or something, but it's obviously not going to be the same. So, yeah, heartbreak, of course, that we'll never get to see them interacting again. They could do something, though, you know, a little bit of trickery. I don't know if there's any unseen Bray footage that we could use for some, you know. Shoulder up. It's like the Beatles still released a song the other year. So Shotzi thought she had had it there. Ober is a big guy, but Trick is just as big as him, said Kelly. I didn't realise until the Grayson Waller segment. Kick coming in there by Fallon. Fallon coming over, grabbing Shotzi. Roll through. 1, 2. No joy. Still no joy. Coming over. Another kick coming in there by Shotzi. Fallon in the corner. Looking for another of those sliced breads. No joy. Shotzi screams. Oh, Shotzi goes down. I am always so worried about Shotzi's legs. Shotzi planted by Fallon. Fallon going against the ropes. Beautiful. 1, 2, 3. Fallon wins. Fallon actually just secured the win against Shotzi. Wow. Do you know what? A lot of that match wasn't really grabbing me. But there was some nice sequences in there. And I really appreciated Shotzi's selling of her leg because there was definitely moments where I really thought she'd caused some injury to that leg. I actually thought her selling of the leg was really strong. Was really good. So there we go. She has retained her championship. Here's Stephanie. Here's Stephanie. Stephanie is standing behind Fallon. This should be very easy work for Stephanie. No offense to Fallon, but... All right, well, there we go. Matches made. Thank you so much for last week, says Carmen. You really think I went out there for you? Okay, we got Carmen and Kalani arguing. It's only a matter of time before Ashanti leaves your ass. Oh my God, the language on this show. Horrifying. Right, get your scores in. We've got Ethan Page coming out now, and it looks like he's going to be competing. I don't know who he's going to be taking on. Ethan Page comes out. Who's he taking on? Surely he's going to be at Vengeance Day. I'd imagine against Javon. Cedric. Ethan against Cedric coming up next. Is he going to murk another person? Cedric, says Alex. Daze, it seems like you enjoy NXT more than Raw and SmackDown. Well, I would say I do at the moment. I'd say it's a better show. It's not that, like, I'm down on those shows because it's those shows. It's just, I just don't think those shows have been as good as NXT is right now. We got a 2K25 adverts just showing that the pre-order bonus is the Wyatt 6. Days Clash in Paris, PLE, is going to be imminently announced to take place in the summer. Is that the rumoured name for it? What else we got? Days, how did Kevin Owens win the Winged Eagle Championship? Was there a match for the belt? Who did he face off against it? Well, he claims that when he pinned Cody and there was no ref, he claims that that was the moment he won the match. Obviously, that wasn't. The match continued and Cody went on to win, but Kevin is furious at the fact that he was cheated out of a victory that he believes he earned. And so that's why he is parading around with the Winged Eagle. Which, he's not the champ. He's not recognised as the champ. He's not announced as the champ. In his mind, he should be the champ. But we're going to get it sorted once and for all this Saturday at the Royal Rumble. Brony said, I've tagged you in some news. Thank you, Brony. I hope to get to it at some point in 2025. Seb said, Days, with Omos returning to WWE, would you get him going in NXT to make him a big star? No. I wouldn't use him in NXT, actually. I would use him outside of NXT. I'd send him off to TNA. I'd send him to TNA. I would want him away from as many fans' eyes as possible. Like, NXT's getting like 800,000 views at the moment, 800,000 views. I don't really want people seeing him working it out. I want to bring him in when he's kind of putting it all together and he's in a much better place. It could take a few years, but to be honest with you, I mean, how many years has he been on the main roster? You know, if the past 4 years, let's say he's been on the roster 3-4 years, imagine if rather than doing what we've been doing, we'd just sent him off to TNA, MLW. We haven't really got a relationship with them, but Indies, sent him off to Noah, sent him off to All Japan. I'm sure we can get some relationships with someone in Mexico. We've got a relationship with Progress. Like, you know, we could have sent him off to these different places, had him learn, just like an indie wrestler would. Just like an indie wrestler would go off and learn. And that would be great for them, you know, those promotions. He could learn, pick up different styles, get more experience. And, you know, it'd all be happening away from the WWE fan base, right? You'd have to be a pretty hardcore fan to keep up with the travels of Omos, yeah? I don't know how many WWE fans even know that he's been in Noah, to be honest, right? So I would actually try and do it that way, have it play out away from WWE's fans' eyes. I mean, NXT is sizable now. NXT is getting 800,000 views. I mean, this is no small show. This is outperforming AEW. You could send him to AEW and he would be seen less. So that's why, like, NXT is not really the place I would put him. I would try and get him in some other places. I'd still have him working in the Performance Center if he was in the area. And get him worked up and then, you know, get him on the main roster. Okay, we got Ava, we got Sarah Schreiber, we're backstage. We're seeing the makeup ladies. These are the real heroes. These are the real heroes. This is where the magic is made. NXT has got the best women's division in the world. Here's Roxanne. Cora was pinned, not me. Giulia, Bayley. Another triple threat. No. Oh, Cora's not happy. Roxanne, Bayley, Giulia. If I'm Giulia, I'm like, hang on. What? Why have I got to go up against Bayley and Roxanne? What have I done wrong? Why am I being punished? Ava, honestly, she's lost her mind. She's absolutely lost her mind. She's gone dong hunting. And now she's putting people in some very unfriendly situations. I can sort of understand the Oba one, because Oba was like calling out, you know, Oba's gone rogue. She's upset with Oba because he's making his own matches. So I can sort of understand her going, you don't make the matches, I make the match. And actually, to teach you a lesson, you can now be in a match against these boomers, right? So I sort of get that one. But Giulia ain't done nothing wrong. Giulia ain't done nothing wrong. If I'm Giulia, I'm livid right now. I'm flipping livid. Chop coming in there by Cedric. We are underway with our next match. Let's end this poll so we don't get confused, because we do get easily confused. We are boomers. Killer Mike has got some fire songs. Yeah, they just showed Killer Mike. Killer Mike in the house in Hotlanta. There is Bianca and Naomi. Lots of talking points from this week's episodes. Lots of talking points. Knee coming in there by Cedric. Gashan said there's dongs on everyone's mind. Where's William? You know he's racing. He is absolutely racing to this stream. He is going to be so upset if he's not here and we've been talking about dongs this much and he wasn't even a part of it. He'll be devastated. Okay, Ethan down in the corner. Drop kick there by Cedric. That was nice. Cedric's too nice, says Booker. Chop coming in there by Cedric. Yeah, not a bad little drop kick, that. Not a bad little drop kick. Daze, Papa H dragged Omos back, so he must be back for a reason. Why did he? Well, it could be a Rumble appearance, yeah? Could be a Rumble appearance. His time in Japan is done. So, you know, the timing is very interesting. But he's in a bit of a different place now. I mean, he's obviously just had a very successful run in Japan. So perhaps Papa H has got something in mind for the Rumble, something in mind for WrestleMania season. Double axe handle there by Ethan. Right now we've got a suplex. Cedric lands on his feet. Again, working on the arm. Ethan slumps down. Daze, are you buying the new 2K game? No, but no, there's nothing they could put in there that would be of interest to me. WrestleVotes tweeted saying that Clash in Paris is scheduled for August 31st. Right, thank you. Chop coming in there by Cedric. Boom! Edge of the ring there for Cedric. Now he's being dragged over. They're trying to take that arm off his wrists. He's trying to take that protective kind of brace off. That strap. No joy at the moment. Forearm shot coming in there by Cedric. Into the ring post goes Cedric. Another big boot there. Great work by Cedric. Bah, mates! Brutal! Brutal. Cedric goes down, and Ethan did pull that support off. Cedric really selling it at the moment. Ethan smashing Cedric's hand into the ring steps. You know, we're making Ethan look really diabolical. We're making him look really sadistic. I feel like we've done more and invested more in flipping Ethan than we have in the Wyatt Six in recent months. In fact, I don't even think that's arguable. Over the top rope to the outside goes Ethan. He holds onto that top rope. Clothesline by Cedric. Yeah, right now he is down. He took that strap off, said Vic. There's a woke commercial, said King Yeti. I don't have any commercials at the moment. I am commercial free. Right now, we've got Cedric with Ethan. Ethan going back into the ring. Cedric in control. Chop coming in. Ethan goes down, Cedric. Grabbing the arm. He's got Ethan over against the ropes. Round the back, picks him up. Oh, slams him against that rope. Ethan Page coming over. Nailing Cedric from behind. Cedric goes down. Again, shots coming in. Daze, do we have an email address that you can get wrestling related stuff? I don't have Twitter or Instagram. I do have an email address, but to be perfectly honest with you, I don't use it. I don't really check it very often. Certainly there's nothing that would be sent there that would make it into videos or whatever, because the way I do videos is I have a screen capture of my Twitter feeds. I don't have like, big boot. I'd have to like download files from the email. I'd have to, first of all, keep on top of all my emails. That ain't happening. Then I'd have to be downloading stuff and like manually inserting it into videos. And to be honest with you, that ain't happening. Like, it's so much quicker and easier to like bookmark a tweet and then put it into a folder and then we can just talk about it. So there is an email address, but unfortunately not one that's going to work for videos. We need a community Euro trip to Paris. Let's go. Let's go. A big community day out. Right now, Ethan has got a headlock applied to Cedric. Cedric trying to get back up to his feet. Shot coming into the midsection there by Cedric. Crowd a little bit quiet for this. I've said it before. I've criticised this with AEW. I'm going to do the exact same. When you lot or whoever it is goes to commercial break and we stay to the match can really die. It can really slow. It can be really dull. It just really, the pace of it falls. There's a headlock. It's like... And it really takes the energy out of the crowd as well. Like, then they've got to try and find a way of picking it back up again. He's smashing Cedric's arm into the rope. He's done that a few times. Again, working on the fingers. Goes over one more time and he gets it. He gets it. Down goes Cedric. Kick coming in there. Nice suplex. Ethan is down. Cedric trying to get back up to his feet. We got half an hour to go. Half an hour to go. We know we've got that big women's tag match. Boom. Kick coming in. Main event in. Lovely drop kick there. Daze, how long does it have to be for you to give up on the Wyatt 6? Oh, I don't know that I would ever give up on the Wyatt 6. The only time I think I would be looking to give up on the Wyatt 6 is if Cedric, kick out, is if it was actively doing harm to Bray's legacy. Not booking them and having them so inactive is not harming Bray's legacy in any way. This is absolutely fine. It's not what we're looking for. It's frustrating because we want better for them, but it's not actively hurting the legacy. I mean, if they were like jobbing out, being made to look stupid, then I'd be like, it'd be better to end this. It'd be better to end this because it's not helping them. It's not helping Bray's legacy. Then I'd be like, we need to wrap this up. But I'm nowhere near that because I'm frustrated with the booking. I want it to be better for them, but it's not actively harming Bray's legacy, or at least not in my mind. Shot coming in there by Ethan. These two in the middle. Crowd are really not into this. They're very, very quiet. Again, I don't think it's helped with these commercial breaks. Big kicks coming in there by Cedric. Another kick there by Cedric. Cedric can go, man, when given the chance. Kick coming in by Ethan to the midsection. He's grabbing Cedric. Plants it, and that might be it, you know. 1, 2, 3, and it's done. End of the match. Right, let's get match scores. Let's see what you lot think. I don't think that got to any crazy heights, personally. I don't think that was it. Right, he's going over to the corner. And the turnbuckle has been exposed. Here's Javon. Javon coming down. Whoa! Straight over the top. Go on! Go on, Young OG! Go on, Young OG! Yes! Ethan goes down. And again. This boy is bouncy! Ethan flops to the outsides. Javon. It's going to be Javon against Ethan. Surely at Vengeance Day. But he came out. He made the save. And this time he didn't get his face all busted open. Let's go. Congrats, Steph. You are next in line. Convengeance Day. Ooh, it might be JC Jane next week against Stephanie. That would be good. Yeah? JC said see you next week. Tag match next week. A-Town Down Under against Ober and Trick. Vince would have called up Javon and changed his name to the Bouncy Boy. Right, we've got a Vengeance Day Summit. We're going to have Bayley, Roxanne, and Giulia. NXT just feels different right now. It feels like we're really focused on the top end. You know? Where's that bottom end stuff? Where's those people like the Brinley Reeses? Where are they at the moment? Are they going to be moved to that NXT Evolve show? Is this what NXT is going to be like every week? Just the real, you know, your Javons, your Evans, your Tricks, your Stacks, your Tonys, your Lashes, your Jakaras? Is that what it's going to be? And then, like, you know, your talent that's a bit lower down that we only see once in a while. Your Kaylee Brights. You know, maybe your Dion Lennoxes. Your Brinley Reeses. Are they going to be moved to that Evolve show? We got a Royal Rumble advert. Did Dr. Britt Baker do the dental work on young PG's teeth? Don't know. I hope that would be great if she did, because that would be another clue that she's on her way. LFG. So LFG on the way. I'm really into that show. I'm really interested in watching it and doing a watch along for it on a Sunday. I just don't know where I'd be able to watch it. I don't think it's going to air here because it's on A&E, isn't it? That match was fire. Why 7% bad, said Opulus Travels. I was not. I didn't think personally it was fire. I thought there was some all right moments in there, but yeah. Vince would call him Bear Count Bouncy Boy, Bear Cat Bouncy Boy. Let's go. Alex said, I just hope they have championships in NXT Evolve, especially men's and women's. Yeah, I agree with you. I would like for it to be its own brand. Imagine that. Imagine being the NXT Evolve champion. That's so interesting because you're so far down the ladder, but you have got a championship and it is WWE recognized, but you're not even good enough to be in NXT yet. Were the NXT Evolve Tag Champs? I feel like I could win them. I feel like I could win one of those belts. Like one of those levels. That is, I want it to be its own brand. And I want it, you know, with its own stories and everything. Be so interesting to see a show like that and see, but the matches won't be any good because they'll all be like tentative, won't they? You know, when everyone's a bit like lost. They're a bit like, right, I've done that move. Sometimes you can watch a match from people at that level and you can see in their heads they're trying to think, right, what's next? You can sort of see them thinking, right, I've done that. Now I do this. Like, when someone's like good in the ring, they can just flow from the next thing to the next thing. You don't see any seams. It's just we do that. It just flows. But when someone's starting out, you can see they do a move and then it's like, right, what's next? You can sort of see that slight pause as it then goes to like the next thing and then the next thing. And, you know, they've probably put something together earlier in the day and they're going through the process of trying to recall it. And that's the only downside with NXT Evolve is I'd like another brand. And it would be great for NXT because it would really, I mean, I think that what you're seeing here is just the top end of NXT. And all that bottom end stuff would go to its own brand, so it makes perfect sense. The only problem is, how great would that brand be? How great would it be? I'd still watch it, give it a go. Maybe it would be one that after a few weeks you'd be like, yeah, I'm all right with not watching this. I'm all right, actually, with skipping this. Evolve is pretty slick. I remember when they did Evolve shows on the network. Yeah, but it wouldn't be those. Unless you mixed in some of that ID talent as well with Evolve. Now we're getting interesting. I mean, Evolve used to be an indie promotion. It was amazing. It had amazing talent. It's not around anymore. So we've got the name. So I think the plan is for some of that talent that's not quite NXT top tier, you know, give them a place to go. In a way, it would be like NXT Level Up becomes a brand. That would be the way of thinking about it. Did you ever watch NXT Level Up? It would be that if it was a brand with angles and stories. And I don't know about championships, but there'd be promos and matches, of course. So I think that's kind of what they're looking at doing. But imagine if you then mix in some NXT or WWE ID talent. Imagine if you just sprinkled a bit of that in there. Right, we are just seeing Vegas. Let's go. Did we hint that you and Tommy win in the Evolve Tag Champs? You know it. NXT Spotlight, what's this? It's time for NXT Spotlight. Okay, we're just seeing some Noah footage. I got you something special. Now that you're in America, I want to welcome you into my home. We're just looking at Briggs, and is his name Inamura? Okay, so we're just looking at these two as a tag team. Yeah, I'm down on following this story. I'm down on following that story and seeing where it plays. Okay, Vengeance Day. Big announcements. Big announcements. Triple threat, Bayley, Giulia, Roxanne. Fallon taking on Stephanie. Right, Daze, I didn't attend Southland. Good, Carmen Live 2. Because that would be very disappointing that you would turn your back on ARW Pro. I didn't attend Southlands in Illinois. Instead, I stayed at home and I watched Saturday night's main event. Okay, here's Lash and Jakara. They are making their way down to the ring. Lash and Jakara. Let's end this poll. Ethan versus Cedric. Here's the Meta Girls. Oof. NXT doesn't need to be Raw or SmackDown to be the big leagues because we've got the best women in the game, says Corey. Here's Naomi! We make them go insane! Oh, against the world. Bianca Belair back in NXT. Needed you at all. Never needed you at all. Never needed you at all. Watch me shine now. Watch me shine now. Look at the kids, man. Kids, they're just showing the kids in the crowd. Very excited. Very excited. It's going to be an all-out battle, says Corey Graves. 15 minutes to go. Give me face-to-face Omos against Jacob, said AB. Tag Team Championship, they're doing like big proper intros here. Daze, Javon's theme then would be HBK like under Vince. I'm just a bouncy boy. Bouncy boy! Bouncy boy! It would be interesting, thought with all the ARW Pro Talk, that promotion ends up in a few years. Well, it's already in our hearts. I know that much. I know that much. Right, we are underway with our main event of the evening. Nice takeover there by Jakara. Jakara and Naomi starting things off. I don't think anyone's really expecting us to get new champs here. I'm certainly not expecting us to get new champs. Let's go. Bianca Naomi, said Dro. Where is Ronda, said Aubrey. Nice roll through there by Naomi, spinning round, taking Jakara down, kick coming into the chest, going for the cover. What? Just a one. Just a one. Again, working on the arm as Naomi goes round. Jakara. Oh, a little twerk in there. Very nice. One. Just a one. Just a one count. Again, getting back up. Lovely kick there by Naomi. Jakara still down. Naomi in control. Brony is trolling hard right now. Brony said, imagine having the greatest tag team of all time and not using them 2 weeks in a row. Brony, who is that? Who is that, Brony? Who is the greatest tag team of all time? Oh, look at this. Bianca in the ring. In comes Lash. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is a fun matchup. Lash and Bianca. Bianca goes down. Oh, look at Lash. Doing a little bit of taunting. Grabs Bianca. Bianca lands on her feet. She's going to look to grab Lash. She gets Lash up. Plants her down. One thing that Bianca has got plenty of is power. 1, 2. Kick out. Kick out. Trying to get over back into the corner. Over the other side goes up. Bianca lands on her feet. Around the houses. Oh, no joy. Knees coming in there by Lash. Oh. She's grabbing Bianca by the arm, dragging her into the middle of the ring. Lash goes back to the corner. Goes over. Oh, wow. Very impressive by Lash. For a woman of her size. Look at that. Cartwheel. Cartwheel into a moonsault. Wow. That was incredible. I don't think I've ever seen her do that before. Oh, they both kip up at the same time. Oh my God. Welcome to the dance, Lash Legends. Welcome to the dance. Jeez. That's mental. Round the back. Lash Legend, clap, clap, clap. Hasib said Lash sucks. Brony said message retracted. Leg drop there by Naomi. Naomi's in, and the fun has now ended. The fun has ended. So Lash is down. She was just in there. She had a great little moment with Bianca. But now we've got Naomi in the ring. Right now we got Lash grabbing Naomi, hurling her over. The other side's on her knees. Boot coming in there by Naomi against the ropes. Gets caught on the shoulder. Naomi is up. Lash very much in control. Snake eyes. Snake eyes. Bianca comes in. I don't know what we're doing. Ref's distracted. Ref's distracted and we couldn't see quite what was going down. I really feel, that this is going to have really good ratings tonight. I really feel like this is one of those shows where we've had some big names on and I think they've done a really good job of holding people's attention. I will be surprised if this is not an 800,000. Because we've been there the past few weeks and nothing suggests to me that we've gone down. Into the corner goes Naomi. Jakara going over. Seeing Hank hitting a hurricanrana off the carousel as a child was insane. Oh, is that the team? Hank and Tank. Hank and Tank, the greatest tag team of all time. Big splash there by Lash. No joy. Little bit quiet. Again, are we at... Are we at commercial break? I just don't know. We just had that amazing Lash sequence, and now the match has really kind of died again. The match got me parched, said AB. Lash can really hang in a ring with two main roster superstars. Lots of taunting by Lash. She's really turned up that side of her game, yes. Right now, we've got Lash in control. She's in there with Naomi. Naomi with some shots to the midsection. Daze, speaking of ARW Pro, I might go to their next event on February 8th. Well, I hope you do. I hope you do. Tell them we say hello. Tell them they are very over with this community. Big collision there by Lash into Naomi. Again, charging over. Oh, hello. Cora Jade backstage. She wants to have a word with Ava. Oh, mate, is that going to be made into a fatal four-way? Poor Giulia. Is that about to be made into a fatal four-way? Imagine. Shoulder tackle, down goes Jakara. She's in the ring. We've got about 6 minutes left to go. Again, working, looking for a... She's got her up. Parading rounds. Kip up there by Bianca. Again, we're doing more marching. Charging over. Boom! Collides into Jakara. Shots raining down by Bianca. Right now, she goes up over the top. Classic spots. Again, charging over. Big boot there by Jakara. Shot coming in. Bianca has got Jakara up in the air. Look at the strength. Look at the strength. Jakara goes down. EST chants against the ropes. Beautiful. Lovely work. Shoulder up there by Jakara. Why Austin and Grayson facing Oba for the NXT Championship? I thought they were Raw. They're just coming down to boost that show, aren't they? They want that Vengeance Day show to have some extra star power on it. We've seen them do that before. And it looks like we're going through a period of them doing it again. I think you can definitely make the argument it's undeserved, but then they are main roster stars. Right now, we've got Bianca, middle of the ring, charging over, up over the top to the outsides. Goes to the outsides. Oh, Jakara through the ropes. That was very good. Lash Legend parted the ropes. But Naomi comes over. Getting back into the ring. I feel like this match, I think I've had more fun with this than the opening tag match, actually, you know. Lash coming in. I think Lash has really played her part in this. Here we go. Naomi, middle of the ring. Jakara, they're about to put Naomi away. Down she goes. Rolled over. Where's Bianca? 2. Makes the save. Makes the save. So Bianca just about made the save. Right now, Bianca going up on the shoulders. Oof. This is awesome. We've got a "This is awesome" chant that's broken out. Oh my God. Naomi just took that power bomb with a lower back. Oh my God. Oh my God. I think she's okay. She's back up on her feet. Naomi trying to make the tag to Bianca, though. Charging over. Nice kick there by Naomi. Naomi going against the ropes. Big boot by Lash. Big boot by Lash. Tag being made. In comes Jakara. Right now, again, they're going to look to put Naomi away, but no joy this time. They've gone to the well one too many times. Bianca pulls that rope down. Into the steps goes Lash. She goes down. Jakara rolling up. Naomi too. Oh my God. Should that have been a 3? Should that have been a 3? Yeah, man. The crowd don't like that. Oh, the crowd don't like that. She was legitimately pinned. She was legitimately unable to kick out there. They're gonna... Nah. They were robbed. They were robbed. I'm not having it. They were robbed. You just robbed them. You just robbed them. Oh, my God. A lot of people are going to be questioning that. Yeah, of course they're going to be blooming questioning it. They just got robbed. WWE transmission. That's new. I've never seen that before. Huh? Vengeance Day. Huh? Huh? What was that? What was that? Is someone coming? Is someone arriving at Vengeance Day? Who's rumoured? Hikuleo? Malachi? It wouldn't be Malachi. What was that? Is that a tease for someone? It feels that way. Noam. Noam. I mean, it could be Noam. Wyatt 6. I don't think it's Wyatt 6. Jade's. I don't think it's Jade's. Who's that? I don't get Wyatt 6 vibes. Could it be the debut of Josh Alexander? Could be. That's not a bad shout. How does that connect to a test card? Oh, that was very interesting at the end, wasn't it? It's going to be the Shockmaster. Jordan Grace. Josh Alexander. Hikuleo. What was that? Said AB Jobson. I don't know about you, but when I first saw it, I really thought that it was just I really thought it was just like a end of the show. That's the end of transmission type thing. But yeah, now I'm like, ooh, Mustafa Ali. He's back in TNA, isn't he? Could he make his... Yeah, Mustafa Ali's a great shout because obviously he did that whole hacker thing, like hacking in. So he is a great shout in that regard. But I don't know. Like he's back in TNA, isn't he? But now that he's back in TNA, that means that we can use him. Would we give him a video package like that, would we? Would we do that? God, that is interesting. Oh, I need to do a poll. That is interesting. Match score. Right. All time. Greats. Goods. Bad. Get your votes in for our main event match. Lash and Jakara were robbed. They were taking on Bianca and Naomi. What do you lot think? Do you think it was better than the first match? What do you think? Let's get the poll up. I'm then going to run away because I've got to try and get Unseen up at some godly hour tonight. I've got to try and get it up at some point. It could be Ali for Vengeance Day, said Mr. B. Ricky Starks would be sick. Ricky Starks would be sick. We all know it's you. Don't be coy. Wouldn't that just be the most underwhelming surprise of all time? Don't answer that. Miguel said it's Wrestling Daze. I know. It's not me, guys. Come on. Shut up. Shut it. It's not me. It 100% definitely is not me. I would just love to see the reaction if it did turn out to be like a wrestling streamer. I'd just love to see the online meltdown. And make no mistake about it, I would be joining in on that discourse. Even if it was me, I would be joining in on that discourse. It's got to be Ricky Starks. Thanks, Daze. I'm going to give this an 8, said Felix. Corey says good night. It actually would be the worst reveal of all time, says James. I know. I agree. And that's coming from this community. It's Quincy Elliott. Oh, my God. It's No Way Jose. No way, Jose. No way, Jose. No way, Jose. It's a TNA invasion leading to Worlds Collide. Oh, imagine that. Imagine that. Imagine if that is what we're going to get. Imagine that. That would be really fun, actually. Oh, God, imagine that. Bayley said, thank you, Hotlanta. Thank you, NXT. Yeah, imagine that. It's Fandango. It's Keith Lee. That would be awesome, said Porky Pig. Do you know, it would, wouldn't it? Imagine if that little thing is foreshadowing. I mean, we are turning up this relationship with TNA. If they're about to invade... If this relationship is about to go to that level, mate, we're going into some uncharted territory at that point. We are going into uncharted territory. That will be sick. That will be sick. Odyssey Jones is booked for a wrestling show. Maybe he is in the clear. Days, February 15th is the first Backbreaker wrestling event of 2025. Well, I wouldn't say that, James, only because wasn't Velveteen Dream booked on an indie show and then sort of disappeared after that. So some of these indie shows, I mean, he's not guilty of anything. He's not been found guilty of anything. There's allegations against him, and he's made allegations against his ex-partner as well. So there's lots of allegations. No one's necessarily guilty of anything, but we are where we are. We are where we are, and I don't know that too many people are going to want that heat. How about PCO? Don't think so. Don't think so. Isn't he like done with? Isn't he done with TNA? So he'd have to join NXT as a WWE star, wouldn't he? It's going to be Eugene. Joe Hendry is definitely in the Rumble, said Blake. Nathan said a TNA invasion. Let's go. Well, we don't know that it's we don't know that it's a TNA invasion, right? Let's not get too carried away at the moment. We don't know that's going to be the case, but it would be sick if it was. Right, I think we've waited long enough to get some results in for this poll. So here we go. The results are Great 48 all time. Ooh, it was. It did just edge out our first match. I think that's the Lash effect, you know. So this actually gets a great 64%. Do you know what? 2 great matches tonight. We opened and closed with great matches. The 3 in the middle were fine, but they couldn't just quite get to that same level. But a really enjoyable episode of NXT. I really enjoyed tonight. I thought it was really good. Held my attention. Storylines progressed. Some big names around. Some talking points dotted throughout. I really liked it. I really enjoyed it. I hope you did as well. So I'm going to run away and work on Unseen. Then I'll do the opinions video. We're back tomorrow with a couple of streams, actually. We're going to do a members championship focus stream. That won't be to everyone's taste, but we're going to do that. I'm really tempted with those championship streams to actually make them open to the public to watch, but only the members can comment. So only the members would be able to partake, but everyone would be able to watch if they wanted to. I'm really tempted to do that, because that way, like, it's still only for members, but at least everyone can, you know, view it. Member stream would just be for members. Members would only be able to view that and be in the chat. But you can actually change the chat over to just members only, can't you? There was a way of doing that. I've never ever done it. I don't know how you do it. I have no idea how you do it. There must be... I'd have to play around with it. But yeah, anyway, we're going to do that. We've got the WEP tomorrow. We got the member stream on Thursday. And then, of course, we're back on Friday for a long SmackDown. It's longer because we've got the kickoff show just before for the Rumble. And then, of course, we're back on Saturday for the Royal Rumble. So there we go. Thanks a lot for joining us. Really appreciate the support.